Yo, what's up, guys? Thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate you. Cracking open Jack Daniels Tennessee whiskey, perfectly mixed with ginger ale. Oh, yeah, nice. That's nice. Cheers. Yeah, thank you guys for the birthday wishes. How's everyone been? Nick, how's it going, bro? Brandon, what's up, guys? Lawn Joker, Javi, Tori, Javon, Madison, what's up, guys? Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Sorry for the sudden stream. I know I didn't announce it or anything. Thanks, Dill. Good to see you, bro. Thanks, Chaozu. Yeah, I was just chilling today. What's this jersey from? This isn't an actual baseball jersey, because my when I used to play like in Smash tournaments and stuff, you know, my friend group, there my tag when I used to enter tournaments was Chimney Stacks. So people would call me Stacks. And then my friend was in a store once and he saw this jersey that said Stacks on it. And it has the fucking, here it is. It got gold bullion, stack of gold bullion on the shoulder. So I told he saw that, he sent me a pic and he was like, yo, should I get this for you? And I was like, yeah, man. Like, you got it. So yeah, I like this little jersey here. This is for if I ever enter a tournament again, I'll wear this. But yeah, sorry for the sudden, I just kind of went live. But, I don't know, I was just chilling today. My birthday's actually tomorrow, so let me just put that out there, but I'll count it as today, because tomorrow I got a bunch of stuff going on. So I was just chilling, and I was like, you know what, I haven't been on stream for the new chapter last week. I couldn't help but catch a big spoiler from the last chapter, whatever, I'm not gonna go into it, fine. This was a chapter that had something, a big reveal in it that obviously the whole internet's not gonna stop talking about, especially people complaining about the reveal or whatever. We'll get to it. I'm gonna read the chapter on stream. I haven't read it yet, but it just kind of like, I heard the reveal and I was like, do I really want to read this chapter? And I kind of put it off. So I was like, you know, I still haven't read the chapter yet today, and I was like, okay, let me go on stream, celebrate the birthday at the same time. Yeah, I know about it. I know about it, Chaozu. Thank you guys for all the birthday wishes, appreciate it. Lapis Lazuli, welcome to the members crew. Welcome to VIP, my brother.
You are my son.
You are my son. Thanks, Moog. What's up, bro? Thanks, Jay. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Raphael. Phantom, appreciate you, bro. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Thanks, Teleporter. Did I say thanks, Ahmed, already? Thanks, Zahir. Was I wearing the jersey in the My Son thing? Hold on. I was. I didn't realize that. I am wearing the jersey in that clip. That's funny. I had no idea. Francisco, actually, no, my birthday is tomorrow, so we have the same birthday. I hope you have a good birthday too, bro. Thanks, bro. So, hold on. Dill, thank you for the post, for posting in the Discord. Appreciate it, Lapis. Yeah, I mean, thanks for joining members. I do gotta say, I feel bad because like people have been joining members and I just haven't been very active lately. I apologize for that. But yeah, I don't know what I can say to make it worth it, aside from the fact that you are helping me out right now, and you know, every member. I mean, I appreciate you guys more than anything. Seriously, just the fact that people even care about this channel means a lot. So, am I going to be considered Unk from tomorrow? It depends on how old I have to be considered Unk. I'm going to be 28. So, is that Unk status yet? I feel like that happens in like the 30s. Yo, Felix, you got a birthday tomorrow too? Shit. What are the odds, bro? Happy birthday. Happy birthday, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not an Unk yet. Yeah, you can say it. I'm older than Hidden, but I look younger. Yeah, I look old as shit, don't I? That's all the years of smoking. And that's what that'll do to you. That's what that'll do to you. Yeah, I look like I'm 35. The last of the millennials. Yeah, I'm technically the tail end of the millennial generation, right? That's sick. Francisco said, oh my fucking god, I was born the same day as you. This is crazy. I'll turn 28 as well. So me and Francisco had the exact same birthday, day and year. That's pretty hype. Well, wishing you the best on your birthday, my friend. That's cool to know. Let me here, hold on. I haven't done this in a month, so I should have all of them. I'm gonna gift 10 memberships to the chat. Matter of fact, hold on. Unk is uncle. It's just like a term people say for like older dudes to make them feel old. Okay. Membership gifting, 10 free memberships. $10 memberships. Now those are the free ones. And now I'm gonna give you the paid ones. Hold on. I'm dropping another 50 bucks on this. Another 10. Another 10. Boom. Just because the boys are here, and the boys and girls, I don't want to exclude anybody. Just because the gang is here enjoying the stream with me today on my birthday. Alright. Hope you guys enjoy the membership. It's basically just emoji access at this point. So, yeah, you get a membership, and you get a membership, and you get a membership. Alright. enjoy Bald Hidden Spam. Alright guys, let me read the chapter, and then I can spend the rest of the stream bullshitting. But just for the sake of the people that are going to watch the VOD and want to see my reaction, I'd rather just put the chapter reading at the beginning of the stream so that I don't get like 10 comments like, hey, can someone timestamp when he starts reading? So I'm just going to get into it. I'm going to breeze through this one. I'm going to be honest, the reveal that happens at the end, I got mixed feelings on it just from what I've already seen on Twitter get posted nonstop. But we'll talk about that once we get to the end. Alright. Chapter 1118, being free. Do the stream deck thing for members. Oh, you're right. I should do that. Let me welcome all the new members. Hold on. I'm sorry. We just got 20 members, so I gotta welcome them all. Hello. Welcome to members, everybody. Have you guys been watching? Speaking of the clip for the members video, you guys been watching The Boys Season 4? Has anyone been keeping up with that? Damn, Starlight used to be bad. Yeah, she did. She did. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I mean, look, I'm not gonna roast her, but she doesn't look very healthy this season from what I saw. Season 4 has been great. I like season 4. The first couple episodes were very hit or miss. Like that, some of the writing felt a little bit sloppy to me, but overall, I'm enjoying it. Yeah, the smartest person is kind of an idiot. Yeah, she doesn't come off as the smartest person. They kind of just showed her like with a bunch of books in the room, but so far she's just been kind of like I mean, actually, I'll take that back. Episode 4, she played a pretty smart move. That was a sick chess play. But up until that point, she's just been like a talking head for Homelander. So I don't really know. I'm waiting to see. But so far, I'm enjoying the season. I've liked most of the big moments so far, so I'm enjoying it. I will say this. I think it's better so far into the season. I think it's better than where season 3 was at by the same point. If I remember correctly, like season 3 was like Hero-gasm, all that stuff. By this point in season 3, I had lower opinions of the season than I do currently. I think season 4 is doing pretty all right. So it's still not. I mean, the peak of the show was early, like towards the beginning. That's where it really like hooked me. But season 4 is pretty good so far. Episode 4 was crazy. So yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking the show. I'm liking the season. What other stuff have I been watching? I'm sorry, I said I was gonna get to the chapter. We'll talk about House of the Dragon. If anyone's been watching House of the Dragon, I've been keeping up with that too. So we can talk about that after the chapter. All right, chapter 11:18. Being Free. Oni Child Yamato and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage, Volume 8, setting off. All right. Jump overboard. Is that a metal creature? It's gonna sink the ship. Wow. Damn. Did he just like fall? Oh, he fell on his back. And their name was... Is this continuing off of the message where it said last chapter, one of you is... Excuse me. One of you is Mo something, also, maybe. And then it gets cut off, it comes back, and their name was... This is talking about an individual. And if we're going off of the theory we were talking about last time, with Vegapunk talking about maybe potentially there being a traitor among the D clan, and their name was... It could be Teach. I don't know. Interesting. I'm curious to see what people are theorizing about this. Glub glub. Where are you? Where did you go? Joy Boy. I wanted our paths to cross. You were here, right, Joy Boy? How strange. How very strange. Huh. And what the hell is that? A giant boar? A mammoth? What's the deal with this crazy island? It's probably... Warcury is pretty insane. Thanks for the birthday wishes, guys. How's your kickboxing training going? My boxing stuff, I regret to say I haven't been doing it in a minute. I had some issues with the gym I was going to, and then I ended up like splitting from the boxing gym I was at, and I was looking for a new one, and then I just never got around to finding another gym. So I've kind of fallen off the wagon, unfortunately, and I feel like shit about that, to be honest, but, you know, it's not too late to go back. It's not like I can never box again, so it's like, I just have to get back into the routine. It just threw me off, because I left the gym around winter, and then it was like winter time, and I didn't find another gym, so I didn't get back into the, you know, the grind. What kind of issues? It was just mostly with my coach. I just didn't like the way that he went about coaching me, especially when I was doing sparring. I just felt like when I was sparring, I felt like my coach, I don't know, he was putting me in uncomfortable situations boxing like much better boxers, but then would like he would really shit on me whenever I would do something like take a wild swing that was maybe a little bit too hard. But it's like, that's how adrenaline works. When you're put in the corner, someone's beating up on you, someone's landing good shots on your chin, and like you throw a reflexive, like, you try and defend yourself. But I don't know, I'm kind of like I'm a pretty strong dude. I'm built like with pretty thick musculature. Like, even if I don't work out, I retain some kind of like strength. I don't know how to describe it. You know how some people just have like that natural strength? Not like, oh, I'm so strong, but like the point I'm saying is, if I throw a punch and I'm not fully controlling it, it can come out pretty hard. And I do regret, like, sometimes I would throw one of those like defensive, like just try and get off me punches, and they would be pretty hard. And maybe that was my bad, but the way my coach treated me about it, like, he would kind of talk, he would talk about it like, he would talk about it like I was trying to kill the other guy. Like, he would be like, you're gonna seriously hurt somebody. I'm like, bro, you see this guy wailing on my head. Like, what am I supposed to do? Bob and we out of there. I'm exhausted. I'm like 3-4 rounds into this. I'm exhausted. Like, it's not exactly easy for me just to play defensive, just to get out of the way. Like, sometimes I gotta throw a get off me shot. It's gonna come out a little hard. If the guy's gonna come at me hard, I'm gonna go at him hard. So I don't know. It's not a. And you guys can take this out of context. You guys are gonna, on those statements I just said. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, the way he was coaching me kind of felt like I was always getting blamed for my mistakes rather than being corrected for my mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I made a mistake, it's because I was like a new boxer. If I made a mistake, it was my fault, and I felt like he made me feel like shit about it. But it's like, I'm learning, man. And you put me in a fight or flight situation, I'm gonna do things that are not exactly rational sometimes. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into it too much more, but like another example was like, I was sparring with a guy, and I threw a hook, but I was against the ropes. So I was against the ropes, I threw a hook, wide hook, my arm gets caught in the rope while I'm throwing the hook. I guess I did it at an angle where I got caught in the rope. And then the other guy was hitting me for it. Okay? Later in that same round, I'm coming at the guy, he's backing up, he's stepping backwards. He trips over himself and falls backwards onto the ground. And in that split second that he tripped backwards, I respond by coming in with a hit. Right? I get fucking lit up by my coach in the gym right after that, saying I'm a dirty fighter. That's what he basically tells me. I'm dirty for that. He's like, dude, that was dirty. Like, people in the gym are going to look at you weird for that. And I'm like, bro, I got my arm caught in the rope just 2 minutes prior. And instead of letting me get my arm unstuck, the dude's hitting me for it. This guy's has 2 years of experience on me. He can't even walk backwards without tripping over himself, and I'm not supposed to fucking punish that. And that's a reflex. It wasn't like I thought about it. I see the guy on the ground, and I'm like, okay, now I'm going to hit him now that he's down. First off, in real boxing, that's how it would work anyway. Second, it's a split-second reaction. How am I dirty for hitting him when he trips? But when I get my arm stuck, I'm okay to get hit? That's fine? Even though this guy's got 2 years on me, experience-wise? I'm not going to go into it. Anyway, it was after that I was like, bro, I'm done with this gym. I'm done with this coach. I asked them to switch me to a different boxing coach. And then they were pressuring me because, like, they don't want one coach to take a customer from another coach. So they were kind of trying to make me not switch coaches. They were like, no, just stay with him, see how you like it. Like, try and keep going. I was just tired of it. I was tired of it, bro. So I didn't like that place. I left. And then when I was looking for new boxing gyms, a lot of them were expensive. As you guys know, I've been having, like, the medical issues with my dog. And that's been taking a lot of my money. So, I just didn't have the money to switch gyms and do this whole thing. So I just, like, stopped. Hopefully, once I'm in a more comfortable spot, I'm going to go. Sorry, I'm fucking taken away from the chapter. But once I'm in a better spot, I'm going to find another gym and I'm going to continue. It's hard to find a coach you're on the same page with. I agree. You know, everyone has a different way of going about it. I know that my coach is probably afraid of, you know, CTE. Like, it's a serious thing. He doesn't want the people he's teaching to get hurt, but he seemed to be fine with me getting hurt. So I don't know. You know, the coaches there weren't very nice to me. So anyway, did something go wrong? He was cut off mid-sentence. I'm sorry for everyone that's watching. Just for the chapter reaction, I apologize for the for digressing. Did something go wrong? He was cut off mid-sentence. What could have caused the broadcast termination? Now that I think about it, what could have killed a genius like Vegapunk in the first place? Don't tell me someone's had him killed. He did say he committed grave sins, but the government wouldn't just erase him, would they? No, no way. Remember what was happening before all this. Straw Hat Luffy was holding him hostage. This is obviously the work of those dastardly pirates. Is this just the crowd talking? The world government would never kill off the world's greatest mind, even if he did break a few laws. Is that the dude from Baroque Works? I forget what his name is, which number he is. So it really was Luffy Land. Oh, come on. York. Huh? What's up? How many of you Vegapunks survived? Vegapunks other than me. I just checked who's still interfacing with Punk Records. There's only 2 left. Lilith is still up on the stratum. And Atlas is down at the northeast coast. Shall we eliminate them? Yes. Punk Records appears to have been programmed to function and grow even after the Stella's termination. We can benefit from it though, York. The other 2 geniuses are nothing but loose ends. It's weird. They're communicating with York telepath. Like, can they just do that with anybody? How does that work? Logan, thank you. Logan donated $2 for your gym funds. Thank you, homie. Yeah, we'll get back there. It's just all the medical stuff has been expensive. That's really what's held me back. Now I just went to the vet yesterday, and now they're telling me my dog might have another condition on top of the thing he already has. He might have lupus. And they were telling me, I was like at the office, I was like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Really? I was like, another diagnosis, like another problem? And they're like, yep, you just happened to get really unlucky. Like, it's a rare thing, especially with this breed of dog. You just happen to get incredibly unlucky. And I'm like, great. Like, whatever. Anyway, once everything chills out with that, I'll be back in the gym for sure. We're hopping on. Oops-a-daisy. Captains, you made it. Oof. Of course. Gaba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Luffy. Fucking love these guys, man. My dog's name is Musashi. I named him after Musashi Miyamoto. I thought for a second Dory had an extra finger there. Whoa, so this ship is a giant ship? It's so huge. Where's Usopp? Isn't he here? What about Chopper? Damn it all, chase them down. Luffy's very calm for the situation he's in. You know, all things considered. Like, damn it all, chase them down. There's no way we can let them escape when we have this many battleships. The giants are too tough. Are you two going to be okay? I'm just trying to think of what Luffy's emotions were like at the end of at the end of Enies Lobby when he was running away from the Marines in a very similar fashion. Was he serious or was he like joking around like this? Because I don't know if he's still in like Joy Boy mode, but the dude's like very, very, you know, collected considering what's happening. Vice Admiral Dahl. Bonnie. That bitch. Vice Admiral Bluegrass. It's so frustrating to be rendered helpless like this. Her ability is incredible. Yeah, it's pretty incredible, all right. It gets even more incredible. You Marines are going to be in hot water for letting me get away, huh? She's got a badass with the gun. I like this. Yeah. You look pretty beaten up, Kashi. Oimo, Kashi. Sanji here. We've successfully set off. Nami, how's it looking up there? We'll be right behind you. Straw Hat, I've been itching to see you again. We'll be able to launch into the ocean thanks to Edison, but we may need your guys' help to we may need you guys to help us land safely. Of course, Nami-san. Robin-chan and Lilith-chan are my top priority. Oh, yeah. Even if you sink, nothing could stop me from rescuing you ladies. Why not save everyone? I'll make sure the ship isn't damaged. Stop forgetting the rest of us. Something's coming from above the island. Is that Mars? Yeah, it is. Another Elder. They're really coming after us now, huh? Oh my, you must be Straw Hat Luffy. The captains warned me about your appetite. That's why I had a bunch of food ready. But I wasn't planning on serving this all in one go. Sorry, I gotta fill up now. Just cook some more for later. Go gaga! You really eat a lot, don't you? Why do all the giants have the best laughs? Why do they all have such good laughs? Roar, protect the little people. So hot. Bjorn, Sig, you guys hanging in there? Put out the flames. We can't let the sails catch fire. Dude, the Gorosei are pretty insane, man. That's like a Boro breath almost. Maybe not as serious, but like close. What the? Is that a bird monster? I owe you one. Thanks for having our backs, giants. Let's move Vegapunk and Daddy. They'll burn. I'll carry them. Guess there's no ignoring these monsters. If they can fly, they can chase us to the ends of the world. Not a single one of you will be permitted to escape. Huh? Ah, it's another earthquake. Alright, my belly's full. Let's go. No way. Is what we heard true? Are the sea levels really still rising? Yo, can we get the fuck off Egghead already? Do we... Like, come on. Like, I get it. I get it. Bonnie, wow, Nika. Again, I've got no idea who you're talking about. It's like a festive beat. We can't both dance around like this, you blockhead. Who's gonna put out the fires? Gababa. Come on, don't you want to blow these guys out of the water? I couldn't keep up with you in that form. Of course you can. I don't know how your powers work, but I'm sure you've got this. Oh, that's just how I look when I'm totally free. Distorted future. Give me a future where I'm totally free. You can rest now, Jenny. I swear I'll raise her well. Wah ya ya ya. That's the spirit, Bonnie. What the hell are they? Whoa, 2 Nikas. I did it. They've become albino giants. Let's do this. Yeah. I sense something is amiss. We must hurry. There you are. Alright, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this moment here. This bit of encouragement from Luffy, I think, is a little dumb because he doesn't know how her powers work. So it's like, yeah, I don't know how your powers work, but I'm sure you can go Gear 5 just like me. I think it's a little dumb. I don't know how it is in the official translation, but like, is literally like these two sentences were all Bonnie needed to figure out how to become Sun God Nika. Now let's talk about this actual transformation right here. I think it's fine. The foreshadowing's there for her power to make it like, okay, it makes sense. She can do that with distorted future. But I don't know how I feel about another character getting Gear 5 within one arc of Gear 5 getting unlocked for Luffy. You know, people have been having this discussion for a while now about, is Luffy's power an ass pull? Is Gear 5 an ass pull? Is Gear 5 does it destroy tension? Is Gear 5, you know, too easy of a solution? Is Gear 5 trivializing the story, blah, blah, blah. I don't think this helps the side of the argument where people are trying to say, oh, Gear 5 is, there's still tension. It's not an ass pull. It's all foreshadowed. Yeah, that's great. How, if you're giving Gear 5 to now another character besides Luffy, Luffy hasn't even mastered Gear 5 yet. He hasn't even had it for an arc. And we're giving it to now another character to fight off the big bad. Not only the big bad, but the big bad of the entire story. We're talking about the Gorosei here. It's not like she used it to defeat like Doflamingo. Okay? She's using it to fight off the main villains of the entire world. They're in a really like live or die situation. So it's actually two issues I have with this moment. Is issue number 1, Luffy has now gone Gear 5, I think 3 or 4 times this arc. Like, he's gone Gear 5, gotten tired, somehow got access to a big pile of food, went Gear 5 again, got tired, somehow once again gets access to a big pile of food, goes Gear 5 again. And now not only is he going Gear 5, but with a couple words of encouragement, he just got Bonnie to go Gear 5. So now there's 3 Gear 5s from Luffy and 1 from Bonnie, all in like 30 chapters. I just want to remind you guys, when Luffy had Gear 4, remember how the tension was built with that. Yes, it's a very powerful ability. Yes, Luffy can really, really even the odds against certain stronger pirates like Katakuri using Gear 4. However, when Luffy would use Gear 4, the trade-off was that he had 10 minutes of use, or whatever, and then when he was done, he had to avoid them for 10 minutes. And Oda really played into that. Whole Cake Island, Luffy runs out of Gear 4. Okay, now I gotta avoid Katakuri for a period of time. And now it's like, the threat's real. Katakuri is now chasing Luffy. Luffy could only keep up with him in Gear 4. He can't keep up with him in his base form. So now we have to have Luffy avoid Katakuri. Once he's done avoiding him, finally he can go back into Gear 4. But this time, it's been a really tough, really close fight. He's gotta make it count. He's gotta make it count if he's gonna transform again. So then Snake Man happens and he wins the fight, just barely. When you have Gear 5, which makes Gear 4 look like baby shit, it looks like... Gear 4 looks like nothing compared to Gear 5. Gear 5 is way more powerful. Gear 5 also comes with the same trade-off that Gear 4 did, where you use it and then you become weak for a period of time. In fact, in Gear 5's case, it's not just becoming weak. It's not just becoming base Luffy. It's becoming worse than that. Luffy becomes like an old, shriveled man, like a raisin. He's not even capable. He's barely capable of moving, right? The trade-off for Gear 5 is even more severe, but Oda hasn't written this arc in a way to make us feel that severity. He hasn't made us feel like Luffy losing his Gear 5 transformation temporarily is a big deal, because every time Luffy does it, every time Luffy loses the power, at least in this arc, he's immediately had a pile of food to eat. He's immediately had a way to regenerate himself. Deus Ex moment. Like, Deus Ex, pile of food here, pile of food there. Eat. Go back into Gear 5 immediately. So, I don't think it's helped with the tension. I think if there's anything that ruins the tension of Gear 5, it's not the fact that Luffy is laughing the whole time. It's not that Luffy is turning the Gorosei into pizzas and frisbees, throwing them into accordions and making baseball bats. That's awesome to me. I think all that stuff is dope. Luffy using his imagination to fight evil people, that's awesome. What ruins the tension for me is actually not the powers itself, it's the fact that Luffy's power doesn't really have a consequence to it. Oda doesn't let Luffy have a consequence for using Gear 5 in this arc. It's always immediately after he's done with the power-up, doing all this insane shit, there's no tension, because immediately Luffy's gonna somehow find a pile of food to eat. And now we're compounding that on top of Bonnie getting Gear 5. Bonnie getting the Nika form. I don't care if it's a weaker form or if it's temporary. I've seen people arguing about this too. Like, oh, Bonnie's only temporarily transforming. Well, so is Luffy. Oh, Bonnie's not as strong as Luffy. Who cares? She's still able to do Nika things, presumably, if she looks like this. You know, it's foreshadowed because Bonnie was able to transform her body in different ways. Yeah, that's fine. I can buy her making her arm big, becoming a mythical sun god, like, spirit, the savior of the entire planet, like the one person who could defeat the world government. That transformation is a far cry to me from making your arm very big. So I don't care if it was foreshadowed. You're making a massive leap to get to this moment right here. It's a huge leap. Like, if we showed that Bonnie could use her power to do some kind of imagination type thing that wasn't just like becoming a giant in the future, making her arm big, like, I don't know, if there was a little bit more, or like a little bit more like in between to build up to this, I'd be fine with it. But it's like Bonnie going from I'm gonna make my arm big to now I'm gonna turn into sun god Nika is like a huge gap. It's like, that's a crazy jump. You know, it's like I don't know an example I could teach. It would be like Naruto learning how to do Rasengan and then instantly going into like Sage of Six Paths mode, like right after that. Like, that's such a fucking jump. Like, slow down there, partner. Slow down. Why are you going, like, you know? To me, it's just, oh, I missed your members message, Johanna. Sorry about that. Probably missed a bunch of messages. I missed one. All right, let me read your message. Maybe just me, but recent fat powers feel too Deus Ex Machina. First, Law can do whatever. Now Bonnie too. Feels like Luffy's progression didn't mean a lot. You see, that's what I'm saying, you know? It feels like Luffy worked so hard to achieve this power-up. Luffy had to fight a Yonko by himself. He had to basically die in order to achieve this ability. This awakening, by the way, let me remind you guys that Sun God Nika, or at least the Gum Gum fruit, has not been awakened in 800 years. Luffy had to work to awaken this fruit. The world itself, the stars had to align for Luffy to awaken this fruit. And now Bonnie was able to just access a Nika transformation within seconds of just being encouraged by Luffy. Like, I get it. You had to, you know what it is? Okay, here's the foreshadowing bit that everyone's gonna counter this with, because I've already seen people talking about this online. The foreshadowing thing is, well, Saturn said to Bonnie, you can't do your future transformations unless you can actually imagine the future. The more grim the situation becomes, the more the reality and the possibilities for your future narrow, and you're not able to use your powers because you can't imagine a world in which you're able to do X, Y, or Z, because the options of your future become more and more limited the more in danger you are. Okay, got it. So it's because Bonnie was able to see Luffy in Gear 5 that she was able to imagine, oh, Nika's real. Nika's real, therefore I can become Nika. Okay, fine. There's got to be more to it than that, though. You can't just have a character. You can't just have a character transform into Nika without, like, a little bit more, I don't know. You know, like, it needs more to me. Like, this is such a big jump in ability. Smoke Sanji says, bro, stop assuming what Bonnie's powers will be until at least next chapter. Let me ask you a question, Smoke. Tell me this honestly. If Bonnie has white cloudy hair transformed into Nika, basically, I don't know what you would call this. Would you say this is not a Nika transformation? I would say it is. A world where I'm totally free. Bonnie's totally free. What does that mean for her powers? Let me ask you something. If Bonnie looks like this, what do you think she's capable of now? Do you think she's going to not do Gear 5 powers? You think Bonnie's going to look like this and what? Is she going to spawn fire? Is she going to create a tornado? Is she just going to stretch and turn people young? What do you think someone who looks like Nika is going to do powers-wise. She's going to do Nika stuff. I don't know yet. That's why I'm waiting, he says. But let me ask you again. That's not the question. If you looked at this screen right here, what would you assume Bonnie can do now that she's in this transformation? Yeah, we don't know, sure. But we have to you know, infer things from what we're being shown here. Do you think Bonnie's not going to use Gear 5 abilities? Is she just going to stand there? No, she's going to do Nika stuff because she looks like Nika. She transformed into Nika. If she wishes, if she uses a distorted future where she becomes a giant and then her arm becomes giant, makes sense. She uses a distorted future where she becomes Nika. What's the next thing in the blank? What's the next part of the equation there? She's going to do things that Nika can do. So I don't really feel like we need to wait a chapter to see what's going to happen. I think it's just the principle of the fact that she is able to do Nika things or become like Nika at the very least is, I think that's a little bit crazy to me. So, you know, it's my opinion. I understand people don't care for this moment. I understand people actually like this moment. I saw a good take actually from Brago. Brago was talking about how this is kind of like, he said in his stream, he said it's like, you know, when a kid gets to meet their superhero, you know, they meet Spider-Man, they want to try on the mask. I like that. I think that's, in terms of symbolic, like, emotional significance, this is a great moment. Bonnie, all the stuff that Kuma told Bonnie about Nika, all of her life is kind of coming together in this moment. I do think that's a great point, and I think Brago made a great point there. I think from just a pure surface level symbolic emotional standpoint, this moment is great. It's beautiful. From I don't even want to say, it's not a power scaling thing. It's more so just a internal consistency thing in writing, where it's like you have one character work really, really, really hard to get their shonen transformation, and then you have another character get it as a handout. I don't think that ever really amounts to a good, like, I don't know, like, consistency. Like, it doesn't feel good for the reader, because we've worked so hard to build up to Gear 5. We have already been having arguments about Gear 5 becoming, you know, like, ruining the tension and all this stuff. This just makes Gear 5 feel trivial to me. It makes it feel trivial. You have a character that's never accessed it once in their life, didn't have to work for it, they're able to go Gear 5. You have Luffy go Gear 5 3-4 times in one arc. You know, it's just like, this transformation is just becoming a very, very easy answer. How do we get out of this situation? We are in a really dangerous situation. How do we get out of it? Gear 5. Nika. Oda's never been super consistent with power scaling, but I'm not saying it's a power scaling thing. I'm not saying that Bonnie should be able to, like, beat Luffy or go even with Luffy. I'm not talking about, oh, now that Bonnie's Nika, does that mean she's as strong as Luffy? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, okay, picture this. If I wrote a manga and my main character of the manga had to do a rigorous training regimen to achieve some level of strength. Let's say they wanted to beat the big bad guy, and they have to spend 40 chapters lifting weights, doing all this intense training with, like, some sage-like master like Rayleigh. And by the end of it, they're finally able to access this super powerful mode that took months of effort and all these chapters of training to achieve. And then you have another character who just comes out of nowhere, and then that character tells you, hey, yeah, I actually have a magic power that lets me do exactly what you can do, but without all the training. Sorry if you hear that, my dog's digging into the carpet. Yeah, if that character comes out, it's like, yeah, actually, I have a power that lets me do exactly your thing that you trained so hard for, but I don't have to really train for it. That's my power. I feel like that would undercut the significance of the training, the power up. You know, that would make the whole build up and the significance of it kind of worthless, because now we have another character that can do it. Why do we even need Luffy anymore? Bonnie can be Nika. You know, that's the kind of thing that, like, That's what I mean here. It's like similar to Naruto giving everyone the QB chakra transformation thing. It's like when you take something that's so hard fought and you just hand it out like candy to characters that didn't have to put in that same effort, it weakens, it dampens the impact of that transformation. So that's where I'm at. I'm sorry, this is a big rant, but that's my feeling about it. Do I think it's terrible? No. Do I think the manga is cooked? No. Do I think Oda is, a bad writer for this moment? No. What I do think is that this moment does not help the argument that Gear 5 is not really that different from the other gears. It doesn't help the argument that Gear 5 is not killing tension in the story. For me, I think this is actually a big point in favor of the people saying Gear 5 is just, it's just a Deus Ex. It's trivializing One Piece. All the bad guys, you just beat them with Gear 5. What's going to happen at the end of the story? How's Luffy going to beat the big bad? Probably going to do some Gear 5 thing. Like, we can guess now. Big Gear 5 punch. Just like with Kaido. Ryan, I kind of agree with that. I think something else that just popped into my head too is that Bonnie is not really anything to Luffy. Like, why is she getting this special moment with him? I don't entirely agree with that. I do think they have a relationship with each other as friends. They've been spending the whole arc together, and Luffy is always invested in other people's, helping other people who are less fortunate. So I don't think they have nothing between them. But I will say, this kind of moment where Luffy's like encouraging Bonnie and like, helping her realize her full potential. This is the kind of moment that happened with Luffy and Momonosuke. But Luffy and Momonosuke spent like 4 arcs together. They really spent most of their journey in the New World together, Luffy and Momo. Momo begged Luffy for help to ally with him. He begged him. Momo was there for some of the biggest moments in the story. What this is to me, this is like a situation where Luffy is having a Momo type moment with a character that isn't Momo. In fact, it's more like Yamato. Luffy met Yamato the same day Yamato asked to join the crew. Yamato wanted to join the crew the same day she met him. So this is Luffy. This is the same deal with Luffy and like imagine if Luffy was talking to Yamato the way he talks to Momo. That's kind of what this feels like to me, where Luffy pretty much just met Bonnie. They haven't really had a long time to be together. They've spent most of the arc actually separated and dealing with their own problems. And now Luffy's giving like this Momo like encouragement thing to Bonnie. But like he just met her. So it doesn't have that same impact to me, right? Like this also feels like it's just cheapening that type of moment. It's like, okay, we're going to do the Momo thing again. Luffy's partnered with like someone who happens to be a kid and he's like their hero and he's going to encourage them. And then they're going to use that encouragement to use their devil fruit power to its fullest capacity. And it's like, we've seen this 100 chapters ago, not even. Like we just saw this with another character. And now he's doing the exact same thing again, but this time it's with a character that hasn't had 10 years worth of manga buildup. So I'm not saying that he doesn't have like a good relationship with Bonnie or that this is a pointless moment. I'm just saying that this combined with this it feels like a rushed moment. It feels like we're getting there sooner than we should, or like it feels like Oda's throwing this in as like an emotional cap off to an arc, but without the buildup that makes that thing as emotional as it should be. Luffy meeting with Momo again, helping him realize his true capabilities. Momo's like the big dragon. He helps to move the island last second. It was all dramatic because we've been building up with Momo like for so long, man. And for him to finally be the one to help save his country, that's like a big payoff. This feels like it's a payoff within its own arc, and we didn't care about Bonnie prior to a year ago. So it feels like Oda's recycling moments here, or like recycling powers, or like doing things that kind of just it kind of makes everything that happened at the end of Wano just feel like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone that's been just getting here. But yeah, guys, look, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that this is the way it is. I'm not saying that I'm right. It's just the way I feel about it. I don't hate this moment. I don't hate this chapter. I just think that this moment is, in my opinion, one of the less... It's one of the lower moments of Egghead for me. I think another moment that's similar to this, in my opinion, is the whole, like, York being the traitor thing. And, like, Vegapunk not being able to see that coming, even though York is part of his own brain. And then York's entire logic being, I want to become a celestial dragon because the Gorosei promised me to, even though if you were as smart as Vegapunk or you shared any of his brain whatsoever, you should be able to know that the Gorosei are not going to treat you like one of their own and you're just going to get screwed over at the end. It just feels like York is, like, really dumb when York is supposed to be a piece of a genius's brain. So, like, that was a moment that also in Egghead felt a little bit dumb to me. This is another one that feels a little bit dumb to me. But I will say that the York moment didn't ruin anything in Egghead for me. This doesn't really ruin anything in the arc for me. I just think it's worth criticizing because it's not really it's not a well put together moment in my opinion. And I said it while reading the chapter. I'm going to say it again. Can we just get off Egghead? I mean, how many chapters are we going to really need now of the Gorosei rampaging around, accomplishing nothing in the process? And then the Straw Hats and Giants just being like, let's run! Gaga gaga! Oh, we have to escape on our ship! Gaga gaga! Oh no, the Gorosei! Is that a giant monster? Oh my god! It's like we've been doing this for like 15 chapters now. Can we get off the island already, please? I get it. Vegapunk's message is cut off. The Gorosei are angry. They're terrifying. Like, let's just get off the island. It's dragging now. I'm gonna be real. The Vegapunk announcement is done. It's cut off. Let's go. Let's get out. Next chapter, we should be off the island, in my opinion. Just get out of here. Get out of here. It doesn't make me feel like we're in an urgent... It doesn't feel like we're urgently trying to escape when we've been spending the last 10 chapters urgently trying to escape. Let me put this in perspective for you. Each episode of the anime is one chapter at best, maybe less. So I want you to imagine what the pacing in the anime is going to be like when they have to escape the island. We have to get off the island. Oh no, the Gorosei are destroying everything. Run, guys, let's get the ship out of here. And then the anime is going to take 20 episodes for them to get off the island. That's... Come on, like, let's go. Chop chop. Let's get out of here. I'm done. I got the picture. The Gorosei are bad. The Gorosei are dangerous. Vegapunk's message is done. What do we learn from the message? Some things about Joy Boy. The world government's evil and the world is sinking. Got it. Information. We got the information. Kuma's on the ship. Bonnie's on the ship. Atlas is on the ship. Straw Hat's about to jump off onto the ship. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Like, I'm done. So that's the last piece of criticism I have here. Like, it's a lot of nothing in this chapter. It's a lot of running away. It's just a lot of running. It's like the wedding cake chase in Whole Cake with Big Mom. It's like an entire chapter dedicated to just running away from the bad guy, and we've been doing this now for a bunch of chapters. I would like to move on. So that's where I'm at. And I will say, if this Bonnie transformation leads to another 3 chapters of Bonnie doing Nika stuff, and we still don't leave the island, I'm going to be tight, and I'm gonna dislike this moment even more, because it's just gonna be like, okay, we're cheapening Gear 5, and we're also dragging the arc on when it's not necessary. Because realistically, they could just jump on the ship and get out of there with a coup de burst. They don't need 2 Gear 5s to get off the island. They should be able to just get off the island. So that's where I'm at. This chapter is like a 5 or 6 out of 10 for me. That's my feeling. Not terrible, not amazing. I'm getting a little bit of fatigue from Egghead now, and I didn't think I would ever say that because Egghead did not give me a reason to be fatigued until recently. The giant ship doesn't have a coup de burst, but they have the Sunny, right? The Sunny's gonna jump off the thing and land in the water. So they just gotta get on there. Bro, have a drink. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me have a drink. Let me I think she has the power. She also has the drums. I mean, I'm just assuming, man. I feel like when you have a character that looks like this, they're gonna do Nika things. Like, she has to have the powers. What would be the point otherwise? I don't agree with everything that's been said today. I like the moment to an extent, although I do understand and agree with some of the criticisms. Needless to say, this is not Oda's best work. I have no problem if people enjoy this moment. I'm sure there are people that love this moment. So good, more power to you. I hope, you know, I hope that this is what you wanted from the arc. Like, I'm not here to put down other people's enjoyment of the story, but I also feel like it would be a disservice to my viewers if I was just a One Piece YouTuber who came on stream, read the chapter, and then just said 10 out of 10, I'm gonna applaud every time, you know, this is perfect, this is flawless, this is an amazing story. I think that would be a disservice to you. I think that would be a disservice to the One Piece community, because at the end of the day, other communities see how One Piece readers talk about the story, and if they see the big creators or like the content creators for the story, you know, they watch a reaction to a YouTuber and they see me just praising everything, you know, it kind of makes us look like dick riders. You know what I'm saying? It makes us look like Oda dick riders, because at the end of the day, Oda's human. He's a person. Every writer on Earth is just a human, so they're never going to be perfect. And I think if you're enjoying a story, if you really enjoy a story, a sign that you enjoy that story is that you care enough about the finer details that you're willing to criticize when those details kind of don't work out well, or when they're not perfect, or when, you know, you don't like this moment or like that moment. If I didn't care about One Piece, I wouldn't even have the energy to criticize it, because I would just say, oh, Oda fumbled, whatever, classic, you know, typical. You know, you've seen the Boruto readers on Twitter, the people that, like, make posts shitting on One Piece because of its pacing. Oh, I promise, bro, it gets good after 500 chapters. Those types of people, they're going to look at this moment. They're not going to think about it. They're not going to care about it. They're just going to say, this is stupid. This is just like the QB chakra thing. One Piece sucks. Therefore, I'm justified. Let me go make 5 Twitter threads about this. That's what happens when people don't care about One Piece or dislike it. I care about this story. I want it to be as good as possible. Not that my criticism is going to change that, but I just think it's a sign of enjoying something when you're willing to criticize it, when you're willing to, like, think about it critically and actually, you know, pick apart the story. And, you know, that's how I feel. So you're free to enjoy it. I think you know, more power to you if you like it. But those are my criticisms for this chapter. I think they're, you know, at least generally I think they're fair criticisms. I don't think much of my bias is getting in the way here, because if you guys would remember, I'm one of the people that has been defending Gear 5. Up until now, I've been defending Gear 5. I've been saying it was a great transformation. It doesn't remove the tension. There was a whole, like, 3 weeks where people were shitting on Gear 5. I've defended it. I've even made jokes about the Gear 6 death thing. I've made jokes about it. I've defended it. So I'm on the side that actually likes Gear 5. I like how Nika's been handled. I like everything about Gear 5. But I will say, today some of the things that the other side has been saying are starting to make sense to me, specifically with this chapter. Okay? So, you know, I'm trying to be fair with what I'm saying. But yeah, Constantine, not everyone has to like the same thing. Yeah, that's true. Everyone's gonna, I mean, this is part of what art is, and literature. You read it and everyone's gonna come to a different opinion. That's the beauty of it, because we all have unique individual minds that can, you know, we can find enjoyment in things that other people might not. So, like I said, that's where I'm at with this chapter. That's my piece. My one piece. And then we'll see next chapter. We'll see what happens. We got probably, there's no break, right? So we got a chapter maybe in the next couple days. I don't know when I'm going to react to it based on my current schedule. I might do another stream in a couple days when that comes out. So we'll see. But let's wrap up the chapter here. Then I'm just going to hang out. I'm not going to go yet. But that's pretty much it for the chapter. After this, I don't know. What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Should I play a video game? Because it's my birthday, so I want to enjoy my birthday. I want to just hang out with my homies. Should we play a video game? Should we, you know, Doom scroll. What should we do? Let me know. In the meantime, oh yeah, we have to talk about House of the Dragons. In the meantime, let me go blow my nose real quick. Run to the bathroom. I'm gonna be a couple minutes, and then we can talk about House of the Dragon because I want to talk about that. All right, so give me a sec. All right. St. Constantine, welcome to the crew, homie. Appreciate you, my brother.
You are my son.
Thank you, Leo Dog. Elden Ring DLC. I already beat it. However, I have another character I started. I want to do the DLC again. I liked it so much. I want to play it a second time. Doug Shaker, next chap, if she can't copy Nika powers. I'll take you up on that. Thank you for the £2, bro. I'll Doug Shaker. If Bonnie can't do any of Nika's abilities, I'll Doug Shaker on stream. Hidden says DLC too easy for Elden Ring. I might have to. All right, we can talk about the Elden Ring DLC. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that first. All right, I'm not going to say any spoilers. So for anyone that has not finished the DLC, don't worry. I'm not going to spoil you on what's in the DLC. I'm not going to name any names of bosses. I'm not going to talk about any lore things or any areas. I'm just going to talk about my general thoughts. I beat the DLC a couple days ago. I did every boss. I did all the content, basically. I haven't done some of the quests. There's a few NPC quests that I haven't done, and I missed the chance to do that because I beat it and then their quest lines ended before I could finish them. But for the most, I did most of the content. I would say like 90%. And I would say the DLC is absolutely worth it. Did I beat it with summons? No, I did summons for about half the fights, and by summons I mean mimic tier. So my approach to the DLC was, if I'm gonna try a boss solo, if I spend like an hour on a boss and I cannot beat it solo and I'm just getting frustrated, then I pull out the mimic tier and just save myself time, because I didn't feel like sitting there all day on one boss. So I ended up finding that about half the bosses in the DLC were out of my comfort range and I had to mimic tier, and then the other half I was able to solo no problem. Now for reference, the reason I also might have had trouble is because I was using greatsword. So I was using pure heavy melee build, and these bosses are not friendly to slow heavy weapons because they just spam attacks. They spaz out, bro. A lot of these bosses just do not stop attacking. They throw out so many moves, full arena moves, constant aggro. When you have a slow weapon that you can only get in like one hit every once in a while, some of these bosses feel impossible, man. If I was using like bleed dex build or something, or like magic, maybe I wouldn't have had to. But some of these bosses I needed to summon. I needed to put a mimic tier out to just to get the aggro off of me, just so that the boss would stop hitting me for just like even a second so I could heal. I refuse to believe he beat it all already. I did it. I did it. No, I did. I beat all of it. I beat the final boss. I will say the final boss of the DLC is probably my least favorite boss FromSoft has ever made. I hate that boss. But the rest of the DLC is fantastic. The map for the DLC, I would say, is about 60 to 70% the size of the main game map. So I was thinking this constantly while playing it. It felt like Elden Ring 2. There was so much in it. It felt like a sequel to the game, not a DLC. It has more content in the DLC than there is in the entirety of Demon's Souls. Just for reference. It is huge. There's so many areas, so many dungeons, so many bosses. It feels like a whole other game. So that's pretty much the end of my thoughts on the DLC. I could play some. I'll play some Elden Ring on stream maybe if you guys want. I'm not at the DLC with my new character yet. Miyazaki said it was the size of Limgrave. He was lying. It is not the size of Limgrave. It is the size of Limgrave, Liurnia, and Caelid all combined. And it has a lot of verticality. So even if it's like smaller width and lengthwise, height-wise, there's a lot more verticality to it, so there's even more crammed in. It is the size, it is basically, it's like 60-70% of the map. That size. It's massive. It's massive. You will not be strapped for content. You'll have a ton of stuff to do. It's just all very difficult. That's the thing. Now, House of the Dragon. That's Elden Ring. Let's talk about House of the Dragon. A lot of Kino been on my screen lately. Between Elden Ring, The Boys, House, all this stuff. House of the Dragon, Season 2. Way better than Season 1 so far. I'm loving it. The lack of time skips, because, you know, the time skips all happen in Season 1 to build up to the big conflict. Season 2, we're now in the conflict, so there's no reason to jump time anymore. I'm also not going to spoil House of the Dragon, don't worry. I just think the actors are way better this season. Specifically, the White Worm from Season 1. She had a terrible, terrible showing in Season 1. Her accent, her line delivery was terrible Season 1. Season 2, she clearly practiced in between seasons. Her delivery is way better. In general, across the board, the acting is way better. I think the writing is a lot more solid. The characters, the characters that are the focus of this season are very, very engaging, I think, not compared to the first season. I think the first season had a lot of great characters too, specifically Viserys. But yeah, the characters, the acting, everything's great this season. One thing I noticed also about Season 2, the set design. The set design looks really good. A lot of the sets in Season 2 look so nice. And not only the set, but the armor. Like, I felt like in Season 1, a lot of the armor that you'd see people wear looked kind of cheap, fake, plasticky in some situations. In Season 2, it looks legit. It looks like real armor. Like, maybe it's a stretch, but there's a lot of the armor and like the props and all that stuff and the costumes, excellent. Way better Season 2. So, and then on top of that, it's obviously I'm not going to say what happens, but the story is great Season 2 wise. Like, you know, there's no bullshitting around. Like, every episode has some crazy shit happening. Season 1 was a lot more build up. We have something happen, we jump 5 years. Something happens, we jump 5 years. All this, like, we keep jumping around. We don't get time to really attach to some of the characters and their issues, because by the time they have their issues, 5 years skip and they've already resolved some of them. Characters die off screen, whatever, in Season 1. Season 2, we're not jumping around, so it's just constant, and all the drama and everything is like really coming to the surface. I love the story in Season 2 so far. So that's all I can say without spoiling anybody in the stream. Season 2 of House of the Dragon is I think so far it's an upgrade over Season 1. And I'm very excited to see where it goes, because there's some good potential here. And this I don't know if it's going to rival Game of Thrones. I don't know if it's going to be as good as peak Game of Thrones was. Honestly, I don't think it ever will be. I think it'll come close. I think this show has the potential to reach Season 1, Season 2 levels of Game of Thrones quality. Season 3 and 4 are like the best Game of Thrones season, in my opinion. Seasons 1 and 2 are close behind. And I think this show has the potential to reach like Season 1, 2 levels. You know what I'm saying? Like, good, like really good, not peak, not the best thing you've ever seen, but good. and I think it has a lot of potential. So, thank you, Teleporter. I saw someone. Oh, Mr. Rubik's, thank you for the birthday wish, bro. But yeah, House of the Dragon's killing it. I'm excited for episode 3. We got that in a few days. We got The Boys tomorrow for episode 4 for that. Anyone who's excited for that. This season, The Boys we talked about at the beginning of the stream, but I'm liking it so far. Yeah, it's a good time for TV, man. Smiling Friends just finished its 2nd season. Great cartoon. I know that the internet's picked up on Smiling Friends now. Everyone's been talking about it. It blew up like crazy. I'll just say this. I was a Smiling Friends stan since day 1. Since the first episode, I was watching that, and I was preaching it to everybody. This cartoon's fucking hilarious. I've been saying it since day 1. I'm so happy to see that the world is waking up to that. Like, the whole internet picked up on it now. So I'm glad to see that season 2 did well. Ether says The Boys not hitting for me so far this season. I felt the same way the first 2 episodes. Episodes 3 and 4 were a big improvement over the first 2. In my opinion, especially episode 4. Episode 4 feels a lot more like classic The Boys than the rest of the season. I think episode 4 was a huge plus for this season, in my opinion. I loved it. I feel bad for not being tuned into any of these shows, not gonna lie. Moog, it's never too late to start, bro. You have so many good shows you could watch, and if I had any recommendation, I would say just pick one, and just like take an hour out of your day, pick one, and watch it, and then just see how you feel about it. Maybe you get hooked. Mr. Boss is the best. Vietnam or Korea veteran who knows of Mr. Boss. He's unhinged. He's very unhinged. So he's definitely on. He's on a watch list for sure. Mr. Boss has got to be on like 5 different watch lists. He's a very dangerous man. Very dangerous. I don't know. What are his true motivations? We'll never know. I guess it's just to make people smile. Do I gotta watch Game of Thrones to watch House of the Dragon? I would say yes. Yes, you should. And I will say this. At least the good news there is that Game of Thrones, barring the final 2 seasons of Game of Thrones, yeah, everything up to season 7 and 8 is good. Season 6, but 1 through 5, I think are peak Game of Thrones. Like, that's all good stuff. 6, it starts to fall off. 7, it drops off a cliff. 8, it's just a dead horse at that point. Pads, thank you so much for the 5 memberships, my son. Appreciate you, bro. I think, yeah, like what Johanna said, House of the Dragon is set 200 years before Game of Thrones. So it's not like none of the events in Game of Thrones directly affect House of the Dragon. However, there's stuff from if you watch Game of Thrones, you need to watch it to appreciate and understand all the factions, all the characters, the problems in the world, what the world is like. If you go into House of the Dragon totally blind, I'm sure you could enjoy it. But I think the show is very clearly designed for Game of Thrones fans. It's designed for people that understand what the different houses are. House Lannister, House Stark, House Targaryen, all these different factions and groups. Game of Thrones gives you a very, very good understanding of all of these different houses and what they're like. It really establishes the world well. House of the Dragon, I feel like, kind of assumes you already know that stuff, so it doesn't spend as much time setting it up, because it's assuming you're coming into House off of Game of Thrones. So, favorite episode in season 2 for either for the boy or no season 2 House of the Dragon. My favorite episode so far is probably this last episode 2. I really enjoyed episode 2 a lot. Game of Thrones ended after season 5. I don't know what seasons you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, everything after season 4 is non-canon because the books didn't come out yet, right? Or well, no, the books cover events up to season 6, but like after season 4, it stops following the books closely. So, thank you for the birthday wishes, boys. Appreciate y'all. The problem is that they will get spoilers if they watch Game of Thrones first. I don't think so. Magda, the I know the spoiler you're talking about, but it's such a like a minor line. Like, think about it this way. If you haven't watched House of the Dragon and you don't know the characters in House of the Dragon, you're going to watch through Game of Thrones. They're going to drop it's like one line. It's a single line or like 2 lines. They're going to drop the line where they talk about what happens in House of the Dragon, and you're not going to know they're talking about House of the Dragon. So you're going to, if you're a new viewer, you're not going to register that that's a spoiler for the show. You're going to just like gloss over it, and then you're going to forget about it. And then you're going to watch the show, and you're not even going to remember the line by the time you watch the show. So I think you won't get I don't think it's a spoiler, really. Plus, for people that did watch Game of Thrones, you know, they knew what happens. If they really cared about the show, like they paid close attention, they would know what happens anyway. I know what happens, but I'm enjoying it regardless. So, you know, it's like, I don't really think it's a big deal. You're talking about the line from Joffrey, right? He was talking about, yeah, there was a line about the events of House of the Dragon. Yeah, Rubik's, it's not a spoiler. They made the show knowing the audience would know about it. Exactly. I actually have, so I got my friend as a gift. It was, I believe it was a birthday gift. My friend got me this book. It's like a lore compendium for Game of Thrones. The World of Ice and Fire. And George wrote this. And there's a whole segment where they go over every one of the kings, every person who sat on the throne. And there's an entire whole segment on the House of the Dragon events. And I have chosen not to read it. I was reading through this book, and then when I heard House of the Dragon was coming out, I skipped those chapters. Because there's a whole thing in here that talks about the events. Like, straight up. Straight up, this whole section here on Aegon II, this is a whole spoiler for the show. It tells you all the things. It tells you everything that happens. I have not read it. I'm choosing not to. But this is a sick book. It was fun to read about all the other kings, though. That's one thing I love about the world building that George does. It's like, he really does have it all set up. There's lore for characters that we'll never meet. It will never matter. But he'll write it regardless. And there's all this cool little background, and you get to see the slow evolution of the Seven Kingdoms leading up to what happens in Game of Thrones. I think it's pretty great. I think it's really great. And, you know, I was looking into George's involvement in Elden Ring, because if you guys don't know, George R.R. Martin, speaking of House of the Dragon, also was involved in the writing of Elden Ring. And I was looking to see, like, how much influence did George actually have on Elden Ring. And you can see that with the game, because he definitely didn't write the finer details of the lore, but a lot of the background of the world in Elden Ring, a lot of the major characters, George definitely wrote those. He definitely had a hand in that. And I just think it's cool, because you can see the influence in the game. Like, you know, the trees are a big thing in Elden Ring, like the Erd tree, all the minor Erd trees, and you have the trees in Game of Thrones with the faces on them and all that. Like George likes to make like mythical trees, and he likes to involve dragons a lot. There's a big dragon element in Elden Ring too. You could see the influence there, is what I'm trying to say. And I just find it interesting, because I love Elden Ring. I love Game of Thrones. So it's a good time, man. It's a good time. He's a great writer. If he would ever actually get around to finishing the books, I'm sure that the game, like A Song of Ice and Fire, if it finishes ever in this lifetime, it will probably go down as one of the best fantasy writings ever made, you know? Yeah, exactly, Winter. You know exactly where Dance of the Dragon leads. The show is more about the characters and watching the train wreck. Yeah, you get to watch the train crash in slow motion. That's what's entertaining about it. Like, I know it's going to get really bad, but the interesting part to me is not that it's going to get bad and that it's going to, you know, get really, really gruesome by the end of it. But the fact that I want to see how it gets to that point, you know, the build up, the train wreck, like. Growth Stonks, thank you for the $5. He said, hi, Hidden. Love the content. I wrote a theory that mentions your green line theory. You should check it out in your Discord. It has some interesting stuff. Well, thank you for the shout out, bro. I appreciate that my theory helped inspire yours. I'll give it a look later when I get the chance. That's really cool. What was well, I guess I'll find out, but like I'm curious as to what the theory was about. Like if it was about the red line stuff specifically, or I guess I could look at it now. Why not? Hold on. Did you tag me in it? Yo, Shinobi, what's up, my son? Growth these stonks. Okay, I see you in here. I didn't see. Did I see you post it? Check out my theory. The name of the ancient kingdom. Let's see. Let's see what. Let's see this theory. All right. Let me. We all know it's bingo bongo, right? We know that. 1100 years ago, Robin mentions the city of Shandora thrived and parallels the real-life Burka that was a trading post founded in the around AD 750, flourished around 1100 years ago for more than 200 years until AD 975, 1050 years ago. Burka, Birch Island, is generally regarded as Sweden's oldest town. Birch is a type of tree, which means the ancient kingdom name is the Tree Kingdom. Kill him, and its name was Burka, but the ancient kingdom that once thrived, and its name was... For 1,000 years ago, Viking raiders swept down from Scandinavia. They came to present-day countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. That's why they're called Vikings. So it was before the Void Century. I don't know if I don't know if the tree... I feel like the Tree Kingdom's a little bit of an underwhelming name, but if there's a different name with the same concept, I could be down with that. According to Frankie, the society that gathers around the giant atom tree is constantly at war. Elbaf is one of the key pieces of the ancient kingdom, continuously fighting the world government. The vast war that arose during the Void Century never came to an end. Warland Elbaf. God of the sun, God of the rain, God of the forest, God of the earth. The tree... On that war-torn island is a tree. Whether people on the island fight wars or rain cannonballs from the sky, the tree always remains. The jewel tree, Adam. Hey, there it is. Thank you, bro. The red line was once likely green and is depicted as multiple snakes on the ancient ruins. The reason why we see multiple snakes on the ruins is because the red line is made of interlocking islands. Cool. It's interesting that you see these as snakes. You know, I never really put that together. They're like coiled, right? Like they're coiled up snakes. The mythology behind the green or red line is based on Norse Jormungandr or the Ouroboros, an emblematic serpent of ancient Egypt and Greece, represented with its tail in its mouth, constantly devouring itself. And yeah, that's true. She did say it's a series of interlocking islands. So that could be what's depicted here, right? They come down on balloons, they land. You know, I never really put that together with the Green Line video. I don't think I mentioned this specific part of the like the pictographs here or whatever. Lunaria. The Emerald City is also referred to as the Emerald Capital and the former capital of the ancient kingdom called Lunaria, Latin for moon-like. From what Whitebeard said, Marijoa possibly wasn't the original place for the old gods and instead was built after overthrowing the Lunarians. Yep. And you brought up the green city of Erumalu, which I talked about in my video, which I think the name of it also has like the emerald, like the phonetic emerald reference there. Erumaru, you know, like green city doesn't look very green. It used to be. Yeah, this was an important part of that theory. I agree. Shadow Asgard. You know, Asgard. Shadows Asgard. Never even connected that to the Norse stuff. I missed that. Some massive object is hovering in the sky. Sky Island. You think it's a sky island? Interesting. Because this is like Uranus right now. We've pretty much been told almost that it's Uranus. Do you think Uranus is like a weapon that's built into a floating island? And that's what it was? Like the island moved and floated over Lelucia and then did its power or whatever? The green light's interesting too. The Emerald City was hinted in in chapter 1066 as a future city in the past and was even compared to the city in Egghead. Really? Certain machine. That machine happened to be made. What's that supposed to mean? There used to be a futuristic city just like this one, only in theory as far as I know. Well, maybe that could be the Emerald City. Emeralds also exhibit a double refraction, meaning they refract light in two different color patterns. When using a UV light on an emerald, it will glow a pink-red color. And for synthetic emeralds in particular, will glow an even darker red. Interesting. So it goes from green to red when the lasers start. So whatever light is creating the laser beam, I guess going through the Emerald City would cause it to turn red. That's a cool idea, I'm not going to lie. You know those are synthetic diamonds, right? For industrial purposes. You mean you can make diamonds? Yep, that's cool. I'm surprised you didn't mention, well, I guess you did mention it here, but you don't show the line where Bellamy's talking about the different mythical places. He's like a city of gold, the Emerald City, the One Piece. The Emerald City does get mentioned. A great shadow covered the entire sky. Some dark, vast thing flew above the clouds. It's a more advanced version of Witheria. Witheria is a Birkin sky island that has the same Mother Flame technology seen from the Moon City Burka. Do we know that? It does have those balloon things. That's kind of interesting. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. That jack is going through me, man. It's going right through. Yo, Chrysomandius, thank you for the 45 kroner, bro. Appreciate it, man.
You are my son.
All right, Chaozu, take it easy, man. Enjoy your jog. Thank you so much for pulling up. You think that Uranus is the giant straw hat? The size difference, though, from the shadow above the clouds and everything, that's a big difference, right? Unless it grows in size, you think it, like, changes? All right, let's see. No mother flame. So he pulls up there in the middle of building the island. 3 years ago, in Chapter 1101, Vegapunk's cloud-making machine was completed. Despite 18 years of unlimited funding as the director of Punk Hazard, Vegapunk could not recreate the Mother Flame before Kuma appeared. In 1102, 2 years ago, after the Ennius Lobby arc, we see the Labo phase and Mother Flame completed. Is that bottle building or whatever? Is that where the Mother Flame is? I can't believe you did it. Now we just have to lift the brain in the lab using island clouds. About half of what you see here is holographic. I had planned for Punk Hazard to be like this too, you know. Vegapunk consistently picks islands that are remnants of the ancient kingdom. Punk Hazard was also a remnant. Huh. Vegapunk's home island, Baltimore, was originally Karakuri Island. Well, it is Karakuri Island still, no? I think Baltimore, it's like the difference between the Goa Kingdom and Dawn Island. They're both the same place, right? It's just that one is like the name of the kingdom and the other is name of the specific island. So I think Karakuri Island is the name of the island itself, but Baltimore is, I guess, the name of the country within the island. Yo, thank you, Moog. Take it easy, bro. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, Meru. I appreciate everyone that came by, that stopped by the stream to wish me a happy birthday. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, man. Thank you, all of you, to all you guys. Egghead Island is in Chapter 1100, but not explored the full extent of the island, including what's below. And yet you don't know every inch of this laboratory yet. Okay. After Frankie blows up Vegapunk's lab, he discovers another hidden lab. This would have been Dr. Tsukimi's original lab from the Void Century. I like that idea. Dr. Tsukimi's lab is likely the place where Vegapunk had gotten his devil fruit. Ooh, that's a cool idea. But the thing is, why would he... Dr. Tsukimi doesn't have the devil fruit because his head is... I mean, it's not normal shaped, but it's not Vegapunk shaped. You know what I'm saying? It looks like he built the cyborg animals here. The blown up lab had some remarkable cultural inventions, but what I was hoping to find were these weapons. The research here ranged from warships to human cells. Completed blueprints in his head, but did he really come up with all these great inventions when he was just a kid? All these blueprints lying around, these things must be at least a couple of 100 years ahead of their time. We learned that Haradus was born on the Sky Island Burka 97 years ago. At the age of 15, Haradus is the old wizard-looking guy that helped Nami during the time skip, if you guys don't remember. So Haradus was born on the Sky Island Burka 97 years ago. At the age of 15, he became immersed in the study of weather science. At 30 years old, Haradus leaves to take part in constructing the artificial Sky Island of Wideria. You mean you can use it as a... Wait. Now teach me about the weather ball. Not so fast. This is the greatest invention of Wideria. If abused, it could throw the whole world into turmoil. You mean you can use it as a weapon? NL was from Burka that had the technology, but just like his ancestors, he lacked the natural resources to make the ancient weapons. He went to Skypia because he was looking for the precious resource gold. Instead of a mother flame, NL used his devil fruit as the power source and made an ancient weapon. I like that. So NL used his devil fruit as a substitute for the energy source, maybe knowing that he didn't have access to the original one that they used. That's cool. I mean, what would compel the guy to build a giant arc out of... Like, that's a very specific thing. And also, the technology needed, like... The Ark is not like a simple, it's not just a boat. It like has all these pipes and gears and tubes inside that power it. Enel had to be pretty smart to make that, right? Assuming he did build it. Enel's a smart guy. I mean, if he did build that himself, that's pretty insane. The dude built a flying ship before like anyone else. Which is where the gold hidden on this island comes in handy. And he needed the gold because it's a good conductor for his electricity. Which, once again, it just speaks to like, damn, he really knew his shit. Surprises me that Enel knew how to build a ship that could, you know, perfectly conduct his electric powers and fly and have all these interlocking parts. But he had no fucking clue what rubber was. Right? Isn't that kind of funny? Like, he was able to build this highly advanced mechanized flying ship, but he did not know about rubber. Just like, period. He didn't know anything about rubber. I hope we see Enel versus Aruj and Elbaf. They all have this bubble storage device. That's another interesting point. These... Wait, you're right. Witheria, the Maxim, the Moon City Burka all have the same storage device or like power device. Look, on the moon they have this little bubble, this glass bubble thing the electricity is channeled through. On Witheria you can see the same piece of technology here. Let me just zoom in on this. Oh, it doesn't work. But then on Enel's ship you can see the exact same thing. It even has like the little parts on the side with the gear thing like attached. That's interesting. I never picked up on that. Really good catch. Is that a Tontada? I think it just looks kind of like the rest of the, well, not actually, no. Maybe not. They were not only enslaved during the Void Century, but enslaved, blah, blah, blah. This is a long one. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. Hold on, let me see how much more we got. Okay, we got four more. Vimana, the ancient weapons are all chariots. Yes, chariots. These chariots are depicted in Hindu epics as machines piloted by the gods Vimana. God called Vimana, which translates to traversing. Blah, blah, blah. Vast cities complete with gardens and courtyards. Well, I would say that the Noah kind of fills the role of some kind of chariot or thing to help people traverse from one place to another. The Pushpaka Vimana, the flowery chariot, is the first flying Vimana mentioned in existing Hindu texts. Resembles the sun and belongs to my brother, was brought here by the powerful Ravana, a bright cloud in the sky. Ooh, resembles a bright cloud in the sky. Interesting. It kind of feels like this was this might have inspired Laputa from Castle in the Sky. This is in Oda's office. He has a Darth Vader helmet. It might reference Bespin. Interesting. Sapphire necklace. How pretty. It looks like the sun. In ancient Egypt, people and mummies wore emerald necklaces as they were tied to immortality and eternal youth. I started my One Piece journey 12 years ago, and ever since Skype, I have dreamt of a mystical Emerald City. With no new mention of the Emerald City, I started to wonder if Oda would even include it. However, Blackbeard said it best. People's dreams don't ever end. You heard it here first. The Emerald City is your anus. The Emerald City, it really nice said it. Yeah, this is cool, man. I like this. I do think that there's I think there's a bunch of details that like kind of feel like they're pulled out of the air. However, there's some really cool things that you picked up on and noticed, and I think that's what makes theories fun, is like little details like the emerald thing, the power source for the moon people and the Birkins, and Witheria, and I think that's all interesting, and the fact that maybe like there's a floating city that's also doubles as an ancient weapon, and the power source of the city can be used to create a giant laser or something like that, kind of like how Witheria was able to manipulate the weather, and it could be used as a weapon if they really wanted to. So I think that's cool. I think this is a really cool idea. This top comment is funny. Incomprehensible. Take my upvote. This is these people on Reddit are fucking funny. All right, well this is good, man. 3.1k upvotes. Nice work. Yeah, Growth Stonks. Thanks for sharing, man. That was a fun little read. I hope you're right. I would love the Emerald City to be a real thing in One Piece. I want to see what that looks like. I've been banking on that since the Green Line video. Like maybe there's going to be some reference to it more explicitly later, or it could be related to the Ancient Kingdom itself. Like maybe the Ancient Kingdom was the Emerald City, kind of like you're saying here. So I think that's cool. I would love to see where this goes, and if you're right about this. I don't know about the Tree Kingdom. That's one thing I'm not entirely sold on, but you know, to each his own. We'll see. Thank you, Water. Thank you, Water D Rocket. Appreciate it. Thank you, Esteban. What do you guys think? Do you guys are you guys convinced yet on the Ancient Kingdom name or anything? Do any of you have any crazy ideas for that? I'm curious to see what people are talking about now. I feel like we're getting pretty close to hearing about it. You know, Vegapunk's message might even come back on and then tell us what it is. Who knows? Yeah, me too, Johannes. I think I'm totally ready for Oda to reveal the name of the Ancient Kingdom, and it's like something that we could have never guessed. Like it's just like some random ass name that we would have never in a million years guessed. And then it's gonna turn out someone on Twitter in like a 10-year-old tweet happened to guess it like a long time ago. Just like by total like crapshoot, shot in the dark. New Jersey? You think it was New Jersey? Joy Boy was Tony Soprano? The whole time. How did we never see it coming? It was right there in front of us the entire time. The interactions with Gang Beige, it was all there. Gang Beige might be Joy Boy now that we're, you know, we're digging into it. All right, what we got now? I could play a video game. I was messing around with some Kingdom Hearts recently. They brought the Kingdom Hearts collection to Steam. I was enjoying that. Although I've been having crazy performance issues with this one. I even left a negative review. I was getting massive stutter on some of the ports. All right. Well, let's play a little video game. I can do Elden Ring. I don't mind. I'll do Elden Ring. Hold on. I'm gonna go to my gaming thing here. Honestly, I could do Kingdom Hearts too. I feel like I just did a playthrough recently. I feel like I could beat the game really quick, like within a stream if I really wanted to. Oh, there's my cam. Okay. Hold on. Why is it so high up though? Do a speed run. I could try and speed run. Let me leave it up to chat. I know it's my birthday. You guys are gonna be like, it's your birthday. Make a decision for yourself. But let me just see what people prefer. Because to be honest, both games are equally enticing to me right now. I know we have Elden Ring already up on the screen, but you know, if more people want KH, I'll do that. Yeah, it seems like Elden Ring might be the winner. Let's see, let people vote. How's the audio? Is the game too loud? Am I or is it too quiet? KH3 is the smoothest gameplay wise, but the story is so, yeah, you're right, man. Silent. If there's anything I have to criticize about New Kingdom Hearts is that the story is all over the place, man. It was so simple back in the day. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and Chain of Memories, things were a lot simpler. Even 2 started to get a little crazy. $15 votes. Alright, well, if anyone feels compelled in either which direction, make sure to vote. I'm going to close the poll in like 30 seconds. Do I want to segment the stream, title, etc.? I guess I could, let me change the title. Let me just put plus Elden Ring. Plus Elden Ring. Boolin. I don't know, whatever. Birth by Sleep is your favorite narratively? I was playing that yesterday. It's a good one. Alright, let's do Elden Ring. Screw it. Alright, I'm gonna continue with the character that I was working on. I was gonna do Mihawk. The Mihawk run's going alright. The thing is, though, Mihawk's another greatsword build, and I've been doing nothing but greatsword lately, so I wanted to do something else. Because, especially if I go back to the DLC, there's no way in hell I'm going to be fighting some of those bosses with greatsword again. I just don't want to do it. It's exhausting. Alright. Let me just center my cam here, so I don't look like an amateur. Yo, take it easy, Phantom. Thanks for being here, bro. Why did I drink that? Whatever. So I was messing with claws this time. I'll show you my character in a second. Hold on. These guys want smoke real quick. Alright, let me show you the... It's Squidward. Yeah, this character, I'm doing a Squidward build. What are your thoughts on that, guys? Oh, you like the cam overlay? Blocking the health? My bad. I didn't even realize. Where do I put this? Where it doesn't get in the way. Here? How do I flip it? Oh, nice. There we go. Oh, you like legit like the cam overlay? Thank you. Yeah, I beat Rolana. I beat every boss. Explain the Squidward build? Oh, there's not really a build to it. I just made my character look like Squidward. And I was using the default shirt. Like, I wanted to do a whole, because this is like actually what Squidward dresses like. He wears like a brown shirt and nothing else. So I was like considering doing the whole run looking like this. But it's hard because you have no armor whatsoever and you just get absolutely dumpstered by like everything. Which weapon would Squidward use? I'm doing int. I'm gonna do like an int dex arcane build. I don't know. I feel like Squidward would be kind of like some kind of dark wizard assassin if he had the choice, you know? Alright, well, we got some stuff we can do. We're actually pretty close to where I left off with Mihawk. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. The trumpet weapon, we need that. That's perfect. I call him the verdant nose, the lesser known cousin of the crimson chin. Alright, let's go this way. We can go right to the misbegotten fight. Can't use claws on horseback. It's not very optimal. Fuck. Let me pillage. No. Alright, whatever. Hold on. Emotional damage build. Well, you know, the logic is that Squidward always gets abused in the show. Like, he never gets to have a good day. So I think it's pretty fitting for this game, because the bosses are gonna... They're not gonna treat me nicely. Did your last comment get sent, Scartillery? Was it like a super chat or something that I missed? Have I tried sorcery only? Yeah, I did. When I first played through the game, after I did Greatsword, I went with magic for the second playthrough. And it was a world of difference, man. It was so much easier. It's like, I'm just gonna be real. It's a different game when you can hit a boss from across the arena without having to commit to attacks, really. It's a very, very different game.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend? My name is Irina. The servant's there. I can't be sure what it is, but I swear I heard frightful how my good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his...
Let me change this.
The servants are full wrath. filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared us. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please.
Let me go check my air conditioning.
Would you
One
mind
sec.
taking a letter to my father at the castle? My soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
It's getting a little... This room, my room, has such piss poor ventilation. Oh, oops. Hold on.
The servant, they've since come. I fear it's no different. Please, would you mind taking a letter to my father? My soul wishes that he escape, even if his
Would I
honor
recommend
should be
this
the
game to
price.
someone who's never played
Please.
Souls or anything like that? Yeah,
I just want
absolutely.
him Thank you. Then
I have a
please,
friend that never played a Souls game before.
deliver it to my father.
And to be honest, you know, Elden Ring is definitely harder than a lot of the other Souls games. Like, it's really, really tough when it wants to be. So, I had a friend that had never played a single Souls game, and he wanted to know if he should play Elden Ring. And I was like, it's going to be a little difficult. I'm not sure if you'll like it, but, you know, give it a try. It's an amazing game. You might love it. And then he picked it up, and he played through the whole game on his own. He beat everything. He beat Melania. He beat all the tough bosses, and this was his first experience playing a game like this, and he loved it. And now he's working on the DLC. He's having a great time. So, you know, that was proof enough to me that even if you're new to the series, you know, this is a great entry point. Elden Ring's more on the easy side of things compared to the others. I would say that you could make the game easy. What I like about Elden Ring is that there's so many options for what you can do or like how to approach a situation that there's always an easy way out for a lot of things. Like even, you know, a lot of the challenge you're going to get in this game is for the most part self-imposed. But I will say there are some bosses in Elden Ring that are harder than any boss that's been in a Souls game prior. Some of the bosses in this game are ridiculous, man, like compared to what they used to be. And I think that's where most of the challenge comes from. It's from certain boss fights. They really, really push the Souls gameplay to their, like, absolute limit. But yeah, I mean, the difficulty is mostly up to you. They give you tools, you know? They give you tools to deal with every situation for the most part. Yeah, I don't gatekeep that shit either, man. The people that are like, oh, you didn't beat the boss solo? You didn't actually beat the game. Like, come on. You know, like, especially when it comes to, like, the Spirit Ashes and the Mimic Tier and stuff in this game, it's like, they put it in the game for a reason. So, you know, I'm beating the game with tools that are given to me by the game. It's not like I'm modding the game or cheating. Of course, if you want to get those big boy points for your EPing, and you want to beat a boss by yourself, like, you know, that's awesome, man. Like, if you beat a boss, if you solo the bosses that I couldn't solo, good on you. You're a boss, probably better at the game than I am, but I think you can enjoy this game however you want, man. Like, if you want to do a magic build and you want to just use cool spells and shit on the bosses, like, go for it. You know? It's not like there aren't mages in the Elden Ring world. There are plenty of mages. You can be one of them. Yeah, my only thing with the cheating thing, Johannes, is like, I feel like if you're going outside the scope of what the devs wanted for the game, I know it's like single player, so it doesn't affect anybody, but like, I feel like you're just missing. You're kind of missing out on the experience a little bit. Like if you have to cheat to really have fun, like as in like use cheat engine and like spawn yourself like free levels and shit. I think at that point you're kind of like undercutting your experience of the game, because part of it is overcoming the challenge, using the tools you have available, and if you're just kind of going outside the box on that, not that it like, you know, you should not be allowed to play the game or something, but like, I think you're just kind of you're screwing yourself out of a really good experience that way. Oh, you got this guy. Oh. I don't want to spend a bunch of time looking stuff up. How intuitive is this game? I would say pretty intuitive. One thing about this game is that it rewards exploration very heavily. So the only time you'll really have to look anything up, just because of the sheer amount of content and how many areas and places there are to find things, if you're going to look anything up, it's only going to be when you want to find specific items or specific things. But for the most part, like if you see something on a map and you're like, oh, that looks interesting, let me go there and check that out, you'll get rewarded with some kind of item for it. So for the most part, you could play the game without having to look anything up. I played through the DLC in its entirety without looking anything up. Maybe I looked up like one or two things, like where to find a certain item or whatever, or how to continue a quest line. But for the most part, I didn't look up anything for the DLC. I completed all of it. So it doesn't require external help. It's not like a Terraria situation where you play Terraria and it's like you gotta look up, like you gotta use the wiki for like every little thing. It's not like that at all. Yeah, I guess you could argue that, Johannes. I had to look up a lot of stuff for Outer Wilds. Is this easier than that? I don't know. They're very different games. I feel like, I also feel like Outer Wilds is very intuitive with how it points you in the next direction, because you just go on your ship and you look at what you haven't explored yet, and then. So I don't know. You know, if you had to look up stuff for Outer Wilds, you might end up having to look up stuff for Elden Ring. But I don't think that'll hamper the experience for you at all. Oh shit. Okay, that reached further than I thought it would. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think the best way to approach Elden Ring, if you're like trying to avoid looking up stuff and all that, is do as much as you can without looking something up. And if you run into like a roadblock where you're really not sure where to find something or what to do next, then you can look it up. But I think for the most part, if you just, you know, play, you'll be able to figure it out. Well, it's an open world game, so they're not gonna. You don't have to go to any specific place in any specific order. You can kind of do whatever you want. So just let the wind guide you, basically, and then the rest will come. Oh, I definitely had moments in Outer Wilds where I was stuck too. I get that. Wow, that's insane. Uh-oh. shit. These guys are crazy. Oh, God. Run. Okay. I gotta get out of here. I'm getting caught on the geometry. Oh, no. Oh, I have a quick step. Hold on. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I keep pressing A to fucking grab. Okay, let's get out of here. I have no stamina, man. This guy's gotta fucking back off. He listened to me. I'm pressing A to open shit because I've been playing Kingdom Hearts and it uses that button. Threw me off. Alright, I got a claymore. What's the best action RPG you've played? If you consider the Souls games action RPGs, then probably Bloodborne. But I would say Elden Ring is up there. I would put Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 probably up there. What other action RPGs? I'm trying to think. Oh, Sekiro. I mean, Sekiro definitely is up there. Sekiro's in my, like, top 10 games ever. Do you consider Monster Hunter an action RPG? Because if so, then Monster Hunter's up there, too. Monster Hunter feels clunky. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest complaint that people have. I can understand that. Monster Hunter, I feel like, is an acquired taste. I think that's a series that you gotta play a little bit. You're gonna not like how it controls. You're gonna grow. It's gonna grow on you, and then you're gonna love it. That's at least my experience with Monster Hunter. Was like, and you gotta understand, the first Monster Hunter I played was Monster Hunter Tri on Wii. Sorry, get the mic closer. First Monster Hunter I played was Monster Hunter Tri on Wii. The worst Monster Hunter game ever made. And you had to control it with the fucking Wiimote, of all things. Just think about that. Think about how awful that is. Wiimote, early Monster Hunter, with swimming controls on top of it all, because they had a whole swimming gimmick in that game. That was my first time playing Monster Hunter. Awful first impression. However, I powered through it. And then when Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate came out for the Wii U or whatever, I played that. I was hooked. Ever since that happened, my life was never the same again. I love Monster Hunter. ever since that. You just gotta, like, it's definitely an acquired taste. Alright, you want to just sit up there? Hold on. Why is my... Why is my magic not working? Why is my magic not working? What's going on? What is going on? Hold on. I'm pressing LB. Okay, my trigger, my button's not working. I thought something was weird. I was like, why does it feel like... I don't know, I felt like I was playing like a neutered... Okay, what's going on with my LB button? What is that? What the hell? Hold on. Hold on, hold on. We're restarting the save file here. Some of the buttons on my controller are weird right now. Like I'm switching to... It just it pressed start automatically there? Was that... What was that? Okay, something's wrong. We're restarting. We're gonna restart the game. That's a really weird glitch. Like the left side of my controller. Well, actually, it's only LB. The LT was working. Let's restart the game. I can't even cast my magic. That's like a whole part of the thing. Nothing looks wrong with the controller. This is an expensive controller too. I hope nothing's wrong with it. I'm just gonna guess that it's a glitch happening because I'm streaming the game. And ever since the recent update with Elden Ring, it's been having some glitches. Like I had one instance where I loaded into the game and it spawned me below the ground and I just fell into the kill plane. And my character just died spawning in for no reason. I never had glitches like that prior to the DLC update, so I think there just might be some little problems here and there. Thanks, YC. There we go, now it's working. I have no heals, though. Oh, just in time. Am I progressing through the game to get to the DLC? Yes, sir. I already did the DLC on my main. I used the character I originally beat the game with and just went right into the DLC. And then I beat it. And I liked it so much that I want to do it again. So I made a new character. Only have one? I thought I had two. I guess I only have one golden seed. Alright. Yeah, so I got this spell. This is my crowd control. Although I'm not using it for that right now, but it's been pretty good. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Colossum. What do I think Elden Ring is missing to be perfect? I think some of the boss design is... I think it's a little bit too limiting in terms of what builds you can fight them with reasonably. I think a lot of the bosses in this game are designed to be as aggressive and fast as possible, with a lot of like magic abilities stacked on top, like full arena AoEs, you know, homing projectiles on top of like really fast reactions, really fast attacks. Like a lot of these bosses feel like they're very, very overtuned, and that would be fine if not for the fact that it seems like certain builds have a much, much easier time than others. And I think this game would be perfect if there was a little bit more of an in-between, where like bosses had more lag in between their moves, because this wasn't always the case. You know, I would say up until Dark Souls 3, for the most part, bosses were a lot more reasonable. And it was after Dark Souls 3, specifically the DLC, where we got Sister Freed and all that stuff, where FromSoft started to go in this direction where like every other boss needed to be a multi-phase, insanely difficult, like spam, like move spam boss. They wanted to make Sister Freed 100 more times, and while I like that fight, and I think it's a good challenge to cap off the entire DLC for a game, I don't think that a lot of the bosses in the main story should follow that same design philosophy, and yet FromSoft keeps doing it. So I think Elden Ring would be perfect if half the bosses in this game didn't make me, you know, frustrated being a heavy weapons guy. I also think... Oh, shit. I think that what would really make it perfect is if certain areas were a little bit more fleshed out, like Caelid. I don't understand. Why is there a delay? Why is there a delay when I press my attack? I don't know if this is a controller thing or what. I press the button and the attack comes out a year later. Sometimes. Anyway, I don't know if this is another glitch happened with the thing, but whatever. We'll roll with it. Yeah. So I think like certain areas in Elden Ring felt like they wanted to do a lot more with them, but they didn't get to flesh them out, obviously, because it's a massive game. You only have so much time to develop it. Like Caelid, I felt like was rather empty at the end of the day. And I would have really, really liked a massive, intense legacy dungeon in Caelid, you know, with like weird mutated rot monstrosities and all that stuff. What do we get in Caelid? It was like what, castle? It was like some castle, but like you only explore the exterior of it and then you just go right to the Radahn fight. It takes like 10 minutes to do the whole thing. And then the rest of Caelid is pretty much barren with just, like, tough enemies around. Like, that area was so cool, but it could have been so much more. Yeah, that's pretty... Like, I don't think they need to add any new mechanic to make the game perfect. And once again, the topic is how to make the game perfect. I think the game's already fantastic. But if I could change a little thing here and there, that's what I would do. I would have really fleshed out Caelid. And certain bosses would have gotten tuned down just a little bit. I've actually never done like a proper dex build before, so this is going to be the playthrough to give that a try. Damn. Yeah, there's the one tower with the Godskin Apostle, but that's like... That fight sucks. I'm just gonna be real. I don't like the Godskin bosses. I think those bosses are ass. I like them. I think visually and lore-wise they're sick, but the fights, man... Specifically, the Godskin duo is like it's just an awful fight. It's a terrible, terrible fight. Thankfully, the Godskin duo is not in Caelid. Otherwise, that would be a big point off. Got him. Bro. Bleed trivializes some fights. You do so much damage. Damn. Did I do any more animation lately? I've dabbled. I've worked on it a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. The drop of the Kingdom Hearts collection and Elden Ring on Steam, or the Elden Ring DLC, has definitely taken away animation time. But now that I finished the DLC, I've played through what Kingdom Hearts I wanted to play through. I'm gonna be getting back to it now. But when the DLC for Elden Ring came out, that was like all I did. I was just so distracted by that. It's like a ritual for me, man. Like playing a new Souls thing, like some new FromSoft game coming out or new content. It's like it takes first priority these days. I'm just too much of a fan. Thanks, Shuki. Mountaintops of the Giants is the worst area for me. Yeah, that's another one, actually. If I could flesh out any other area more in this game, it would be the mountaintop. I think that one had very little to offer. And the boss that caps off that area, the Fire Giant, is such a mid fight. It's not even fun. Like, it's not hard. I don't have a trouble with it at all. I see people, like, hate that fight because they have so much trouble, but I've rarely ever gotten stuck on Fire Giant. It's just a boring fight. That's really what the problem is. It takes forever. It just takes so long. He has so much health. Yo, thank you so much, Atlas, for the 10, bro. Appreciate you. You said happy birthday, bro. Much love. Alright, so we got this area's map now. We beat the misbegotten fucker. Where can we go now? Oh, that was another one. Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance. I did pick that up. I haven't played it, but I know I can't start that. I can't start that now. If I start playing that, I'm not gonna get anything done for the next week. Like another week of just doing nothing. like I need to focus up, get back to work, and I'm done gaming now. I got it out of my system with Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Not everyone can tell.
Calamite and Midir, bro. Midir is a great fight. I love that. I love that shit. You gotta play the DLC, man. Colossum. I don't know if you have already, but there's some good dragon fights in that too. Thank you, Chill Store. Said, happy birthday, you're great, dude. I love your videos. Honestly, never seen an intro as good as yours. Thank you, homie. Well, credit goes to Lee J Animation. Lee J really, really cooked with that opening. I only did the audio for the opening. He did all the animating. PhD first, gaming after. Totally understandable. That's how it should be. If you're not a degenerate like I am. If I was going for PhD right now and and Shadow the Erd tree came out, I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting that PhD. That's all I can say. Might be a lost cause at that point. The only doctor I'm gonna be is fucking Elden Ring doctor. Let me solo her. Be like Dr. Eo Sefka from Bloodborne. It's actually kind of fucked up. That character's an asshole. Yeah, I got a One Piece PhD. I got a PhD in necology. Peace HD. Thank you, McFroyo. Is this the fire guys? Yeah. Alright, let's see how this goes. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. To be fair, being so in tune with the story goes a long way towards a literature degree. Is that all it takes? Is being an obsessed NEET all it takes to get a literature degree? I guess I could qualify. Oh, come on, man. Lit PhDs are basically just book weebs, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, I could get behind that. Okay, something's fucked up here. Something's fucked up with my controls, man. I go behind, I press RB, my character stands there and does nothing. Is that his, like... I don't get it. There's gotta be something wrong with my control here. It has to be because I'm streaming, because it doesn't feel like that when I'm off stream. Yeah, like, why does he stop? Why does he not do the full combo? I pressed the button like 5 times. Yeah, why? Like, see? Like, what is that? I'm not out of stamina. Yo, Urkulub, thank you so much. Let me try like maybe a different weapon. Let's see if it feels any different. Like when I swing with the okay. Hold on. All right, buddy, back up. There's nothing else in this camp here. Let's see. Yo, thanks, Evan. You know when we can expect the next video? This is a tough one, man. I feel like I always talk myself into a corner with this stuff. I want to hype up my next One Piece video, but I'll be honest, like, I don't know, just lately it's been rough to get myself to think about or work on One Piece, because I really want to get my next channel started, and I'm just like in a writer's block situation, because it's like new territory. I haven't done anything non-One Piece related, so I get very, I don't know, like, I don't know if self-conscious is the word. It's more so just like self-critical, and I'm not happy with anything I make. So I really don't, I really couldn't say. Every time this question comes up or I make a new video, I'm always like, oh, I'll get a new video up in 2 weeks, and then it doesn't happen, and then I feel like shit because of it, because I'm like, oh, I made a promise, and I don't have anything. So it's like, I want to try avoid giving timelines for stuff, because the channel's always been like, the videos I make are always dictated by the passion I have for the subject. And like, if I really have something I want to say, I'll say it. But sometimes I just don't really have much to say, and if I force it, I'll give you an example. The buggy video, I know a bunch of people like the buggy video, but for me, I didn't like making it. Because I had a very small idea with buggy, but I decided I wanted to turn that into an entire video, and then when it came time to actually make the video and like fill out the time with the ideas, it really felt like I was forcing it, and when I was working on that, I dreaded making that video. I hated it, because I was really forcing it. At least from my perspective, it felt like I was forcing it super hard. I know a lot of people like that video, but like, I tried doing it with that one. I tried to just like force a video subject, and it wasn't for me. I didn't like making it. I was very glad when I uploaded it and I was done with it. So I don't want to do that again, because every time I do, I feel like my quality just takes a drop. I have been considering, I'm not gonna lie guys, I've been considering doing videos where I just talk like in front of a camera for about One Piece, instead of doing like these highly edited things, like maybe doing something similar to like what Brago and Jay do, and like, you know, Morge does it too. Like they'll talk in front of a camera about whatever's on their mind that week with the chapter, and then throw some editing on top, and that's it. They call it a day. And I'm thinking about doing that, because otherwise, you know, if I keep doing like the way I have been, I feel like a lot of my content is going to be just like people waiting like a month or 2 months for something new, and I feel bad doing that. I don't know if I want to do chapter reviews though, Scartillery, because I feel like if it's a chapter review, like just me talking about the chapter, like there's so many people that do that. So if I was going to make a video talking about things, it would be more in the vein of like teching, where it's like informational lore dives, just like talking about how much I like something. You know what I mean? instead of like, if I do a chapter review, that means I'm gonna have to do a chapter review for like a lot of chapters. Oh no. These guys can suck me. Look, I'm pressing attack. I'm pressing attack. I'm pressing it. Why does it not come out? You guys see what I'm talking about? What's going on? There's like a controller delay. Yeah, if I were to do videos talking about the new chapter, it would be more so in a capacity where I talk about like what could be implied by the chapter or things like that, rather than just like reviewing like what I thought about the chapter. It will be more so just like using the new info to like make guesses about the story, things like that. Yeah, basically like what Scartillery said, that sort of thing. Try mapping it to a different button. Even the menu gets stuck. Okay, now it's not. Whatever. That's a good test. It's just with the RB. It's not with... If I switch it to X button, I don't have that problem. It's interesting, because when we had to restart the game, it was the LB that had a problem. Now it's RB. I don't know what's going on. Look, even then I tried to map it to RB, and it took like 5 presses. It can't be the controller. It was working perfectly last night. Let's do a third restart, see if that fixes it. I don't know, I think it's just the game's bugging out, guys. I'm sorry. I sincerely believe it's a conflict with streaming and the game running at the same time. Just play with a keyboard? Yeah, let's do that. We'll be stuck on like the most easy boss for like 2 years. Trying to adjust to that. No, it's not a battery thing. It's plugged into the computer directly. Things do randomly die sometimes. I hope not. This is like a $150 controller. The purpose of which being so expensive is that it's made with materials that don't break after like a year of use. So that'd be pretty shitty on Xbox's part if they sell controllers that are this expensive and they break down. I could try like let me use my let me use some duster here. Let's see if I can get like a little dust out. Sorry for your ears. I don't know if that helps. Maybe there's like a little thing stuck in there. I'm trying to see if anything in my OBS could be causing this. I don't think so, though. Yeah, the duster cans are mad expensive. Thankfully, I don't dust my shit often. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. It's a bad thing, but it's still doing it. Alright, now it seems to be fine. Alright, well, I'm gonna just hope that it stays that way. Alright, what do we got? We got a tower here. Is this the one, there's a way to get up there, right? I don't have the "Oh Mother" command. I'm curious if that would actually work here. That emote has done something before for me. Whatever. ASMR content? I don't got the voice for ASMR. My fucking raspy ass New York smoker voice. Fuck that. I could just spray the duster can into the mic. I think Squidward wants to go without a helmet for a bit. Mr. Tennis Balls, let's go. Let's go become Elden Lord. Trying to remember map piece, where the map piece was. This way. Welcome back, Chaozu. Yo, the Albinarchs. What's with these guys, man? Yeah, this dude's got some dirty ass patas. Random question, but I thought I'd ask. Are there any jobs I can do from abroad, even if it pays poorly? A single dollar is about 50 EGP. Data entry. Data entry work you can do remotely. So there's a lot of people, you know, that do like small businesses or office work that need people to, you know, just, you know, send emails, organize files, so on and so forth. And they just need someone that can do that regardless of where you're from, as long as you're able to, you know, communicate and then just organize for them and do data entry stuff. You can get paid for that. I'm telling you, it's still having issues. The controller. I don't know what's up. Maybe I have to get a new one. That's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, data entry is a good one. That's good remote work. If you know any computer science, there's a lot of computer science programming jobs out there that, you know, you can work from home, doesn't matter. Although I will say those job markets are pretty oversaturated, so it's not going to be easy to find a job. But data entry, there's probably a bunch of available positions. Oh no. Okay, I gotta watch for that parry. There's that little parry stance. I forgot about this enemy. He just spawns in the church. He's like, yo, what's good? Damn, maybe I have to get a new controller, man. That would suck. I've had this one for less than a year. Can't I RMA this one? I don't know how that would work, because I just like got it off Amazon, and then I don't think it came with any like warranty or anything. I might be able to, but then it's gonna take forever for them to get it back to me. I might just use I have DualSense controllers for my PS5. I might just use one of those. If this continues. They're pretty lenient with replacements. I don't know. I mean, I got this controller a while ago. I don't know if they're going to replace it this far in. I don't think it's the controller since both bumpers... Yeah, I mean, it could just be a glitch. Like I said, my theory right now is that the streaming is messing with it. I'm probably going to try it again off stream and just see if it is fixed. Another thing we could do is it could be because we're streaming and then I have borderless windowed. Look at that. Is that... Oh, that's lock on, not drift. I was gonna say, is that drift? I was like, bro, my controller is like shit in the bed. Alright. We have at least 2 years warranty. I'll look into it. That's a good option, Johannes. I'll check it out. If I could just send this in, that would be much better, because I don't want to spend the money. Now I'm going the opposite way I wanted to. Hold on. I'm going southeast, right? No. Northeast. Gonna get that map. Yeah, it might be different in the US. I wonder, would I be able to take my mage build? Is my mage build far enough? I think I beat Moog in that. Maybe I could go right into the DLC from For my mage. Might be willing to do that too. We'll see. There's a lot I have to get through with Squidward here. Yeah, it is a beautiful ass tree, isn't it? You just know that if a tree like that existed in our world, you know those people that are like free climbers, like they climb skyscrapers and shit like freehand, like they don't have any harnesses or anything. You know damn well if that tree existed in our world, there'd be people climbing that shit for clout on TikTok. Okay, it's this way. How different would our world be if we just had a massive ass tree sticking out of the ground on the horizon? That was just in our sky constantly. I think people would care more about nature. Someone would have set it on fire a long time ago. That's sadly probably true. But I mean, the Erd tree can't. You can't just simply set the Erd tree on fire. It's like a godly tree. It would resist it. Okay, so we have to get. It's here. I'm pretty sure. How we get into Raya Lucaria. We need that key. You underestimate humans' destructive potential. Well, yeah, I mean, if it's not an actual Erd tree, it's just a big tree, yeah, I agree. If it's an actual divine tree and shit, you need to be tarnished for that, my friend. You need a maiden. You need the fire from the mountaintop of the giants to set that thing on fire. Now that tree I would buy. I could buy into that. This one? No way. Oh. I think it's here. But there's a dragon there, right? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. Ouchie. Oh, tried to roll that. Alright. We'll come back to Smarag later. I should, I could buff my claws with dragon wound grease, too. That would probably help. I need a little bit more health, though, before I bother with him. Alright, let's go. This shit is why some actual, like, multi-thousand-year-old trees are kept a secret. I'm not surprised. I didn't know that, but that makes a lot of sense. A lot of them are like in like nature preserves, right? Like in I know the redwood forest is like a national park, so you're not allowed to fuck with those trees at all. Which, by the way, is kind of sick. It might seem a little random, but I feel like going to the redwood forest and seeing those giant trees, that's kind of cool. That's like on my bucket list. I feel like people don't fully appreciate how big a redwood is, especially the biggest ones. They're almost like skyscrapers, like natural skyscrapers. Almost. They're pretty insane, man. Oh, there's another... Oh, okay, you guys. Nice, thanks. Appreciate the, Damn. 5,000 years. Sequoia National Park is insane as well. Oh, I want to go to one of them. Like, I just need to see... I want to see, like, preserved ancient nature. Like, you know, like, untouched nature that's been allowed to, like, grow. And, like, I want to see that. But not something like the rainforest. Like, I've seen enough of those in documentaries. As much as I would love to go in person. But I really don't see much of the other national parks. Oh, nice little bit of lag there. Really, is that true? There's a forest in Europe that is all one tree / organism. Really? You know the name of that? That sounds sick. Pando. Let me look that up. Pando, is it Pando Park? Pando Forest? Oh shit, I'm getting a phone call. Give me a sec. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I got a just got a you know, important phone call with the veterinarian. But I'm back now. Sorry for going AFK. Everything all right? Yeah. It's just a situation right now, man. It's just like trying to figure out what the next step is because you know, it's just that my dog has been pulling the short straw on the genetic lottery. It's like really bad. It's like really unlucky. The issue that my dog's been having for the last year, we were doing research on it. The reason the doctors are having trouble helping me is because there are not many recorded cases of this issue. There's only, I think, like 11 reported cases with like a medical journal and information about how it was treated. And my doctor followed that and tried to do that surgery to treat my dog, and it didn't work. So the surgery that all these other reports, all these other dogs, like it's a really rare situation. And then the ones that did actually get treated for it and there's a medical report out for them, we tried that, we followed it, and we tried it, and it didn't work. So now it's like we're kind of operating off the books here. We don't really know what else we can do. And then on top of that, now I find out my dog might have lupus. So it's like, okay, so now he has like multiple genetic problems that are like very rare, especially for his breed. Like it shouldn't be happening in a typical situation, but it is with him. So now I'm just juggling doctors. I'm gonna go get a second and third opinion. I gotta go to. I schedule one vet. I scheduled another. I'm just going to be running back and forth. It's just a big management thing. It's like... whatever. It's just annoying. You know, it sucks too because, like, it's funny. They gave me recommendations of people to go see for a second opinion, and then I go to them. Or I call them and they're like, oh, we're not taking new patients, sorry. And it's like, yeah, but you guys are like the specialists that my doctor recommended. Like, you guys are the ones that would know how to help. And they're like, yeah, but we're booked up. Like, we already have we're not taking new patients. Okay. Do you guys recommend another place I can go? Yeah, sure. You should go to this doctor. And the doctor they recommend me is the first doctor. It's funny. Like, I'm like, all right, do you have any alternative places I can go if you guys can't take them? Yeah, you should go to Dr. So-and-so. Dr. So-and-so is the doctor I'm already using to get a second opinion for. Like, I'm already getting a second opinion for him. So it's like they're putting me in a little loop. It's like, go to this doctor. Oh, we can't take you, but you should go to this doctor. Well, I already went to him. Sorry, we can't help. You should go to another doctor. Where do I go? I don't know. And then on top of this, there's a new condition, and it's like all this, like, oh, God, man. This year does not want to give me a break. Fucking attack, man. I'm pressing RB, nothing's happening. Damn. And I get cucked by Elden Ring glitch. Anyway, yeah, so that's basically what I'm dealing with, so... It's just I get a lot of phone calls. That's really all it comes down to. I'm getting a lot of phone calls from different doctors and all that. The worst part about it all is the money, because my insurance has determined that they don't want to cover any of this. So anything I do in terms of treatment from for this is entirely out of pocket. You know? So it's like the surgery, that was like $10,000, that was out of pocket. They did not cover it. Now I'm being told that I might have to do another more invasive surgery where they're going to have to break my dog's pelvis to actually get in there and perform the operation, which is doubtless going to be even more expensive than the first surgery, which was minimally invasive. So it's like, I don't think I have 15 grand to do this surgery that can save my dog. I don't have that money. Like... So, Right now, all I can do is just go to other doctors and see if any of them is a miracle worker that can offer me a solution I haven't heard yet that won't cost me all my life savings. So, thank you, Trash Man. Yeah, I don't mean to be a bummer, but you know, I have to vent about this sometimes, man. It's like this whole situation ever since it's been ever since January. This 2024 has been brutal. Wow, look at that. See? What is that? Why is this guy spamming? Come on, man, that's not fair. Dude, this dude's spamming. Does he have no honor? He has no honor at all. He just throws it out like that. But yeah, so right now I'm just like, you know. Well, I think this has honestly been a big reason why YouTube's been harder for me lately, is because it's very painful. I worked so hard to get my channel to a point where I could make money from it and like make a living off of it. And I started saving up money finally from YouTube. Like, I could finally feel like, man, I got a job. I'm finally saving up money. I'm happy with what I'm doing. And then as soon as that starts happening, all that money immediately gets spent. All of it goes out the window onto this random, unfortunate luck of the draw situation. And now all the money I've saved up from YouTube, all the money I've made is gone now. I've spent it all. And now to continue this treatment, any money I continue to make off YouTube, I'm gonna have to immediately spend. So it's like it's really painful, because it's like now I'm trying to make this YouTube content to make a living, but I can't really make a living because if I want to take care of my dog, all that money has to go to treating him. So it's like I can't even, like, I'm basically, if I make a video, I'm doing it just to immediately spend whatever I made. So it's a very demotivating situation for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very demotivating. It's like however good a video does, however much I make on a video, it goes out the window immediately the next day. So it's like, fuck, do I like, and it's not like I'm getting paid that much off YouTube, so like it makes me want to just find another job. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not enough. This is not cutting it. So I have been job hunting. I was considering doing security work. I was considering just like picking up something else, something that would pay me more consistently, maybe more money, so I could deal with all this. Any chance gene therapy could help? Unfortunately, it can't, because the problem has already started. Like unfortunately, the hole that's in my dog's body, like the fistula that's there, or the opening, it's already there. So gene therapy won't help it close. So if they want to close it, which is the source of the problem, that requires an invasive surgery. They have to open them up and close it. So unfortunately, even if I were to do anything else, the problem's already begun. So it's the only surgery is going to solve it right now. Unless there's some underlying issue that we don't know about. Oh, even if it will, what would you imagine it might cost? Probably upwards of $10,000 to $15,000. It's times like this where I'm like, if only I had Mr. Beast money, man. You know? It's one of those situations where like if I was like even slightly rich, this would be trivial. This wouldn't be a problem. I could afford all of it. I wouldn't have to worry about it. I could pay my bills, like, but that's not how life works. I don't have Mr. Beast money. I'm an average dude. And unfortunately, I gotta deal with average dude solutions in an atypical, not average situation. You know, it kind of like, if you can understand where I'm coming from, I appreciate it, because the reality of it is with the One Piece stuff, like if it seems like I've been less active lately and less passionate, it's because of that. It's because not only have I tied One Piece through YouTube to like my income, but now I'm associating making One Piece videos with like making money to like keep my dog alive. So like I've now made One Piece not only a job, but like a very serious situation for myself if I don't have any other source of income. And it's just kind of made it's sucked the fun out of it for me in a lot of ways. So I haven't been as motivated to make 50-minute long analysis videos when, you know, I'm worried about all this other shit. So that's the story. That's where I've been at, and that's why I'm not like hidden from 2 years ago, where I was like constantly just doing nothing but One Piece, talking, thinking, writing One Piece. I'm not in that head frame anymore. To be honest, that's also why I want to do a different YouTube channel, because I would like something that's a little bit less niche than One Piece. I know it's funny to say One Piece is niche. It's the most popular comic like ever. But I don't know. There's a lot of One Piece YouTubers, and I'm competing with a lot of One Piece YouTubers. And I feel like what I do with my content is not what the average viewer wants. So it's like it's not exactly the most profitable style of YouTube channel. Like if you're gonna make a YouTube channel about anything, I wouldn't recommend doing a One Piece channel, to be honest. Unless it's purely hobby. If it's just a hobby for you, go for it. This controller's bugging out, bro. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is wrong with this controller. I gotta like press the RB button like extra hard or something. Like, I don't know. Is it hard to get a loan as a streamer? I haven't tried, but I don't want to go into debt. I think the last thing I need right now is debt. And I'll say this, I mean, honestly, like, take the advice I give with a grain of salt at all times, but to be honest, I wouldn't go into debt in most situations. I think going into debt for any reason, unless you have a very, very good reason to expect you're going to be able to pay it off using your loan, like whatever you build with your loan, let's say it's student loans or whatever. Thing is, with like a lot of loans, you know, it depends on the interest rate. It depends on if, let's say you were to pass away, would that debt pass on to a family member? That's an important thing to consider. Some loans are not like that, so that's good. But you have to, like, these are all things that factor in. I just think going into debt's a bad financial decision in a lot of cases, unless you really have to for your career or something. Yeah, I've been on the end of having to pay stuff off. I've seen people that have had to pay off loans for decades. It's just not... I just don't think it's a winning game. Probably gonna die, but try and get all these hidden items before we do. No, One Piece content, it's not a money printer at all. The only time One Piece content is a money printer is if you're Ohara or Grand Line Review and you're uploading 4 times a week and you have, you know, hundreds of thousands of views per video. But if, you know, if I were to do their type of content, I think my channel would just be a Grand Line Review clone. It wouldn't feel like the Hidden Island at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like... And then if you're a clone of another successful channel, that's all you'll be associated with. You'll never be individual because people will just say, oh, he's just like another Grand Line Review or Ohara. Like, but they got big by doing a certain style of content, and that seems to be what works. And, you know, that's how it is. But that's all that is to say that One Piece, if you want to become a One Piece YouTuber, don't expect to make bank. You're not gonna. That's why I wanted to do video games, because there's a lot more video game players out there than One Piece readers. There's a lot more people who play video games than read One Piece. But the other problem is that video games are also very oversaturated on YouTube. There's millions of video game channels on YouTube. So you have to stand out in some way, whether you're funny, informative, your editing video style is unique, something. And that's where I've been struggling, because I've been wanting to enter that space on YouTube, but the problem is, like, exactly as I said, there's a lot of people doing the exact same thing, so you have to make yourself stand out to be successful, and I can't exactly pin down what would make me stand out. With One Piece it was easy. I had the idea for the Hidden Island, like, put together in my head, but I don't really have something similar for video game stuff. That's why I've been working on the animation, because I figured not that many people animating, but that takes also a lot of time and work. That's not something I do out of the expectation of getting paid, because, you know, it's not reasonable, so. It's tough, guys. YouTube is tough. Honestly, like, apart from working from yourself, it's not the best job. It's nice to work for yourself. But apart from that, until you get huge, it's a false. It's like a very, I don't know how to describe it. Video game channel, then? I would love to. I would love to. Job from home? Yeah, that would be nice. What I was thinking of doing was doing security at my own build, because my own apartment has security. So I could be security for my own apartment. I don't know if that'd be possible, but it'd be very easy to just go downstairs, do my security job, and then while I'm waiting, I just sit there at the desk and let people in and out. While I do that, I could just write my videos. So that would have been a nice option. I haven't heard back yet, but you know, maybe that'll work. Alright, let me focus up on this boss. It's hard to talk and fight this this Sif wannabe. Magic Sif. But yeah, guys, I'm kind of just like on a little journey right now, trying to figure out what my next step is, what I want to do, what I really want to do. How am I going to get out of this little situation and all that stuff, so. But of course, it's like one of the reasons I did the stream today is because I do miss going live and talking to all you guys. And I can't just, you know, I can't avoid the urge to go live and say hello. The tough part is, it's just like sometimes, you know, I want to go live, but it's been like a month or so since I uploaded something, like a video, so I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna go live and people are just gonna be like, I don't know, I feel like people are gonna be upset, like, hey man, you haven't uploaded anything. I know that's not true because none of you guys are saying that, but like the imagination, you know? I'm like, oh man, people are gonna be like, hey Hidden, where are the videos, man? You promised. Fuck. Nice, okay. Logan Paul strategy. Yeah, thanks, Trash Man. I'll figure it out. I mean, all in all, like, all things considered, my mood's been good. Like, I haven't been, you know, I haven't been, like, fucked up lately or anything, but it's just, it's a lot. It's stressful. I'm also at that impasse right now, like, you know, I'm turning 28. And a lot of people I know at 28 have their shit together. And right now I feel like I'm still trying to get my shit together. So it's a lot of pressure. Because like whatever decisions I want to make sure I'm happy with them. Because you don't get that many chances to do things over until you wake up one day and you realize you're 40. And you know, I don't want to be 45 years old and then be like, aha, this is what I want to do finally with my life. I figured it out. I want to do this. On my 45th birthday, I figured it out. Like, I you know, nothing wrong with that. Like, you know, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with being 45. I'm just saying that, like, you know, I don't want to waste more time. Because now the real life's starting to hit. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, sometimes real life just hits you, and you're either prepared or you're not prepared. And if I were prepared in this situation, I'd have the money to deal with all these problems, but I'm not. So that was a wake-up call. It's like, okay, now I need to, you know, I gotta stop playing. I've floated the idea lately of going back to school and getting a master's, but I don't know, man. I don't know how much a master's degree is going to be worth in 10 years, especially with the AI stuff. Like, what job could I get that's not going to be threatened by that? We're going to be oversaturated. I won't be able to find work anyway. Like, it's a lot of money to go to school again. Get a master's in what? There's a few options. When I went to undergrad, the things I really wanted to do originally were either music or film. Those are the two things, those are the two majors I had. I went from music, I switched over because I was doing music production and music theory. I was thinking of doing like some kind of job with music, whether it was education or production, and I ended up moving on from that into film because there's a lot of overlap there. And I was really, really into film, and I wanted to get a film degree and make, you know, help make movies or work on a set. And then everyone around me convinced me that, you know, halfway through college, they convinced me that a job in the film industry is really, oh, it depends on who you know. It's not guaranteed you're going to be able to make good money. It's a labor of love, you know. A lot of times you're not going to make it. And because of all that, I was convinced, like, oh, maybe I should take a safer career. So I switched from film into business. I got my job in finance, and then I got fired during COVID because finance work is a revolving door, and no one told me that. No one told me that working in a cubicle sucks. And then I was like, shit, I wish I stuck with film. This sucks ass. I thought when you have a business degree, you start out with a low six-figure salary or like close to six figures. Nope, I started out making minimum wage. Minimum wage plus commissions. Wow. Lovely. So, you know, if I was going to go back for a degree, I'd probably go back and finish what I started. Like, fuck business degrees, fuck finance, fuck all that. It's a scam. Okay, I gotta stop attacking after the second swing. He does the overhead after that. Yo, thank you so much, Johan. Yo, seriously, bro, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, man. 1,000 or 100 euros. Thank you so much. He said, "Happy birthday, Hidden Pet Moopy for me." Let me. You're my son. All right, I don't have the "You Are My Son" on this version of here. Let me do it.
You are my son.
Thank you so much, brother. And Doc Brown, thank you, bro. Thank you for the birthday wish. Let me get Moopy. Moopy's right here, actually. I can pet him on camera for you. All right. Oop. What's up, buddy? Johannes wanted you to get pet. See? He's a good boy. He was taking a nap behind while I've been streaming like this whole time. Say hi. Yeah, I love this dog. Go ahead. Getting heavy. All right. But yeah, thank you so much for the donation, bro. That actually helps a lot because I just bought like $100 worth of medication for him, so it's actually really, really helpful. But yeah, so if I go back to college, it's gonna be for film probably. I'm not making the same mistake twice with college. I'm not gonna change my major. I'm not gonna be talked out of my major. I don't care what's considered a quote-unquote safe career or not, because what people don't tell you is like, oh yeah, business, it's a safe career, you work in a business. It's like, yeah, but businesses fire people all the time for the most menial of reasons. Because they want to save money, budget cuts, whatever. There's 100 million people with business degrees, like, it's not safe at all. That's such a bullshit, like, old school mentality. You gotta be a businessman, a lawyer, or a doctor. Those are safe jobs. Yeah, okay. Come over to Egypt? I would love to visit Egypt. I don't know if I can work there, but do data entry with me. I'll teach you Arabic. That'd be nice. I appreciate the offer. I could just do data entry from the US though, technically. I mean, it is a stay-at-home job. But yeah, the reality is right now, like, I'm basically either finding a different job that isn't YouTube, finding success with another channel, or going back to school and majoring in film and hopefully getting to work on some movies with people. That's the crossroads I'm at right now, pretty much. Fuck. I have it. I got the boss down. It's just it's literally the worst part about it is the projectiles. That's the hardest thing. Parents tried pushing me into that same lawyer, doctor, businessman mindset, and it held me back for years. I'm telling you, it's the biggest load of shit anyone's ever gonna tell you, man. Don't listen to people that say that shit. People that say the lawyer, doctor, businessman thing were born in fucking 1940 or 50. No one is. That's not how the world works these days. You have a more secure job in, like, fucking video game design than you do in business. It's such a vague term, too, business. It's like, I have a business degree. Yeah, so I know how to work inside a business. I know how to do paperwork and crunch numbers. Like, it's so... And then the thing you find out when you finally get those jobs is, yeah, guess what? Everyone else knows how to do that too. In fact, it's so easy that they'll train you on the job on how to do that. So you don't even need 4 years of education, because any job you go to in business is probably going to train you on the job. They're going to have you get certifications outside of college, which you have to study for anyway. So there's like, the degree is worthless. And then they fire you after the soonest indicator that they're losing money, or they need to cut down on staff. You could be a perfect employee, they fire you, and if business is down for one company, there's a chance it's probably down for others, so you're gonna have a tough time finding jobs elsewhere. I mean, bro, I had a business degree, I was Series 7 certified, and my aunt works at a bank, and I was asking her if she could help me get a job. She's a manager there. She couldn't even help me get a job there. She's like, we're letting people go. We can't hire new people. I'm like, really? Yeah, we're letting people go. We can't, even if I wanted to bring you on, I can't. And it's like, okay, so like I literally can't even get a job like at a place my own family manages. Like, that's how tough it is sometimes when the market's bad. And that's supposed to be the safe career. Oh, you want a safe job to become a doctor? Well, guess what? The way the healthcare system works, doctors get paid way less now than they used to, and you also have to go to 4 years of education, 4 years of residency. You got to do all this extra stuff. By the time you're done with it, you're $300,000 in debt, and now you got to work it off for the next 5 years at least. By the time you start working, by the time you're out of education and you're fully in your career as a doctor, you're like mid to late 30s, and you're in debt 300 grand. Like, that's the safe job, apparently. It's like, don't buy that. That's a myth of a generation, of a bygone generation. That is a world we do not live in any longer. And I believed it. I believed it when I was young. And now that I've gotten my degree and I've worked, and my brother's getting a medical degree, he's becoming a doctor, I see how it is. I see how the safe jobs are. And there's nothing wrong with taking those career paths if you really like them, but if you're picking them solely because they're supposed to be the safe option, that's the wrong call. That's a bad decision. Oh, do you really have to keep doing that, man? There we go. Nice. I was like, when's the bleed procking? This guy's cooler than Sif. Changed my mind. I disagree purely from a lore standpoint, but I think that visually, I think he's cooler than Sif. I love the magic. I think the magic's really cool, but the lore is so much better on Sif. Sif makes you feel something, bro. When you're getting to the end of that fight and Sif is limping and shit, it feels it hits you in the feels. You know what I'm saying? Like this boss doesn't recreate that element. But visually, I think it's better. Yeah. Okay, I think I have enough for a level. Could get my faith up. Let's do stamina. The world loves stifling creativity. I think it's just that reality, you know, creativity doesn't work within the confines of reality, you know? You can be as creative as you want, but it doesn't necessarily have to fit what's realistic, and that's the problem. Because people will do things or chase after things that aren't realistic. And, you know, you hear about the success stories, and that's great, but when you hear the success stories, you neglect the other 99% of stories that don't end in success. So...
Unless you wish to... Well, with a prowess for weeding death root.
This guy's dope.
How would you like to earn the strength if you're inclined?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's just like the secret has to be finding something that fits your goals and your dreams, but also fits within the bounds of what you're capable of, time-wise and skill-wise.
Very well. I've marked the location.
It sounds obvious, but a lot of people don't get that, because I see people do shit that's like they're reaching for the stars, but they're like completely unrealistic about it, and they're just setting themselves up to be disappointed when it doesn't work out, and then they give up. You know, if you set high expectations and you don't meet those expectations, then you give up because you're like, oh fuck, I'll never do this. When all it needs is more consistency and time and dedication, but unfortunately,
The chill tainted weapons.
I already heard this. Yeah, like the reality is, you know, it takes consistency and sometimes a little bit of luck, and big, you know, dreamers don't really see that a lot of times. I think being a dreamer is stupid. I think you're just more often than not setting yourself up for disappointment. You know? I for example, like, I wouldn't have expected to get like 60k subs on YouTube, but like, I wouldn't have put it outside the realm of reality when I started the channel. I fully expected, like, yeah, there's a chance these videos do well and I get bigger. But you know, from when I started my channel day one, I wasn't telling myself, oh, I'm gonna be just as big as GLR, I'm gonna be like the next Grand Line Review with 1 million subs. Like, if you tell yourself that kind of shit, like, from the get-go, you're just setting yourself up to be disappointed. Unfortunately, as much as I love Luffy, Luffy would not work in the real world. It's funny, you would see, if you ever watch videos of Gordon Ramsay and like Marco Pierre White in the kitchen talking to their staff, like the other chefs, you'll see, I think it's Marco, it's either Marco or Gordon, but they'll call them dreamers. They'll like make fun of them. They'll be like, why are you sitting there daydreaming instead of doing the job and getting better? Why are you making mistakes? Like you're making mistakes because your fucking mind is in the clouds. You're a dreamer. Like stop being a dreamer. Just do it. You know, you'll get there. Just stop visualizing the best possible scenario at all times. Stop like daydreaming. Like that's I think is a problem. I think a lot of people are guilty of it, even myself. But you gotta temper that, and you gotta be realistic with your goals. So didn't Oda say he'd be a fireman if he was real? Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if Luffy was a real guy, Luffy is not Luffy would not become like the savior of the planet. Like if he lived on planet Earth, Luffy would probably do some shit like, you know, yeah, he'd become a fireman. He'd become like a stuntman or something, you know. I don't think Luffy, yeah, I think Luffy's journey is heavily dictated by the fact that he's a main character in a fictional fantasy world. And he gets lucky because the writer lets him get lucky, but there's no writer on planet Earth that's helping you get lucky. You either the stars align for you or they don't, and if they don't, then that's your problem to deal with. So, I don't even know how we got onto this topic, but the point of it I'm trying to say is especially when it comes to careers and like what you want to do with your life, it's like there's a mix of rationality that you need, and also like you need that realism, and you also need to stop listening to what people tell you about the safe option or whatever. There's a difference, right? Because like you can pick the non-safe option and not just be like spending all day dreaming. Like, bro, all right, let me give you an example. I went to film school, right? In my film school, the amount of people in my class or in my classes that would say shit to me like, oh, I want to be the next Stanley Kubrick. Oh, I want to be the next Quentin Tarantino. Bro, you don't get it. Stanley Kubrick is the pinnacle of the pinnacle. He is the peak of the fucking mountain. Okay? Quentin Tarantino is like the peak of the mountain. You can compare your work to the people that are geniuses to improve your work. Don't tell yourself from the minute you walk into the door, I'm going to become the best ever at this thing. It's like so ridiculous. And where are the people that were saying that? Where are they at today? Are they the next Stanley Kubrick? Maybe they will be, but I don't think so. I think it's not. There's only one of those guys, you know? Like be realistic, man. Be realistic. You see, that's the problem with it, because you tell yourself you're going to be Stanley Kubrick, but you don't understand why Stanley Kubrick is Stanley Kubrick. You don't understand the work it took him to get there. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you have someone that's learning a new subject, and they learn just enough of it to think that they're proficient at it, but they don't know enough of it to realize how little they know. So it's like, I've just started learning film. I've been studying film for like 3 months. You feel like you're picking up a lot of information. You feel like you're a genius. Like, oh, I know what I'm doing. This is great. I get all of this. Now I have all the pieces. I can make a movie. That's all I need. I'm going to be just like Stanley Kubrick now. Because that's what he did. He took all these parts and he put them together and he made a great film. But they don't realize that they're in this part of the Dunning-Kruger effect graph. They're in the peak of idiocy, where you think you're a genius and you don't realize you're an idiot. They haven't gone into the valley yet where you realize, oh shit, there's all this work I gotta do to actually become a master of the craft. I didn't realize that until I started doing it. It's like, you know. Yeah, exactly. Quote, everyone want to be famous, nobody want to put the work in. That's the reality of it. That's why I don't like dreamers. I don't like people that say they're gonna hit the peak of the mountain and they haven't even climbed 10 feet. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. I used to be one of those fucking idiots, man. I used to be... In high school, I was one of those dumbasses. That's why I have such strong opinions on it, because it affected me negatively thinking that way. And now I see other people do it, and I'm like, please don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Like, set realistic expectations and then get good at a thing with your own efforts, and stop comparing yourself to giants. I feel like 90% of it is being at the right place at the nighttime. Often the work doesn't even matter. Yeah, there's a luck factor, of course. There's also a quote. I've talked about this before, but there's a quote about luck. All right, Yapper. All right, there's a quote about luck. I think it was from Thomas Jefferson, where he said, something along the lines of, "I find that the harder I work, the luckier I become." And I think that's a very true statement, because luck is, yeah, it's about being in the right place at the right time. If you want to become a very famous filmmaker, how do you end up at the right place at the right time? Well, you got to be doing a lot of work. You got to volunteer on a lot of sets. You got to go work on a lot of sets. You got to go work with a lot of people. You got to be able to network with other filmmakers and ask them questions to help you improve. You got to study all these things. When you do all that work, chances are you're going to end up being surrounded by other people similar to you. And those people might know someone that can help you. They might know a guy that knows a guy. But the only way you meet those people is by putting in the work. If you sit in your room all day and you just study film theory videos on YouTube, you're never going to meet anybody. You're never going to make those connections. If you don't go work on actual sets, you're never going to actually, you're never going to get the opportunity to even get lucky, because you're not opening up the door to opportunity at all. So that's the reality of it. There is a hard work element, and then you get lucky as a consequence of that. And not to say that you'll always get lucky, but it helps a lot. But that's real life, Hard work is not the full battle. I could be the best at some skill on planet Earth, and then tomorrow, and before I get big and before I get famous with that skill, tomorrow I could just be unlucky and a truck could hit me and kill me. And I had all the work, I had all the capability to become, someone big in some field or area, but I happened to get unlucky and a truck hit me. That's life. On the other end, you could get lucky and meet someone really important that could help you, get famous. Like that's a whole different thing. But like that's how luck works. It could go either way. For all we know, the next Stanley Kubrick existed and he got hit by a truck, metaphorically. He drew the short end of the straw and never got to realize his talent. So that luck is a factor. For sure. But the point I'm trying to make is just stop relying on that. Stop relying on the luck and stop setting your expectations inhumanly high. That's pretty much it. Sorry to be on a soapbox right now. I'm just rambling, but this is a topic I care a lot about, actually. Because I've been thinking a lot about it for myself lately. I've been like, what do I do? What do I want to do? Am I going to be making One Piece videos in 10 years? I don't think so. Is it the debate parlor? Is that where it was? Where's the Radagon? Yeah, here it is. Okay. Red Wolf. Yeah, Blue Lock. Is that a subject in Blue Lock? Is that like a topic they touch on a lot? thought that was... I thought I was going to be able to go around that. Yeah, there are no guarantees that hard work will be enough, Your Honest. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You improve your odds as much as possible, and then once the luck presents itself, you're not a skillless idiot. Right? If you spend years honing your craft, once the opportunity presents itself, you actually get to present your skill. And anyone that has an eye for that will notice it. And then your luck will pay off. You could have 0 skill and get lucky, and then you miss the opportunity that the luck presented you because you suck at what you do, and then the person that could have helped you out looks at this guy and says he doesn't know what he's talking about. Why am I going to promote him if this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about? So, you know, the hard work is important. That's all I'm saying. But the reality is, yeah, you gotta, I don't know. For myself, I'm just trying to find something that I can actually hone and dedicate myself to. That will actually help me long term. The way things are going right now, I might end up being like I might end up being a father in a year or two. So I wanna prepare for that myself. So I need some other avenue besides making videos. Did Roger eat the gum fruit? You know, I can't rely on that for my future son.
I welcome you to the church. I am Muriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this? How it came to be known as the... Well, the shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great...
Oh yeah, to get to the top of anything, you have to be mad lucky, of course.
And so our church holds in view the
half the time it's a genetic lottery. You know? If you want to be like an amazing scientist, yeah, the average person can study to get there, but some people are born with an advantage. Some people are born with incredibly high IQ. If you want to be a basketball player, best basketball player, some people are born with monster genetics. Look at LeBron James. Yeah, he worked super hard to get where he's at, but I'll also say the dude pulled the genetic lottery ticket. He won the genetic lottery. Dude has the most insane build for like he's so athletic. And part of it, yeah, it's hard work. The other part of it is, yeah, his genetics allow him to do certain things that other people, given the same amount of work, cannot do. So yeah, it's a factor. I could play ball as much as LeBron for the rest of my life, and I will never hit that level, ever. So, yeah, luck is a factor. Not that I don't want to be a basketball player, though. I mean, if I could, I would love to be. It would be fun. I mean, imagine just playing ball, like making millions. It's nice, but it's not on my agenda. I'm just using that as an example. It must be sick to be a basketball player, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably fun as hell, right? I mean, it's stressful. It's probably very stressful. And it's a lot of work, but... I mean, you get to do something you love. Like, you get to play a sport, and you get paid so much. It's pretty crazy. Imagine getting paid, like... Imagine getting paid millions, and you get to drain buckets all day. Look like a fucking boss in front of millions of people. It's pretty sick. It's a pretty sick deal. Not gonna lie. You know what, guys? Change of plans. I'm becoming a basketball player. Change of plans. I think I know what I want to do now. Will you guys support me on this venture? Oh, come on, man. I got the jersey. I got the Stacks jersey. Well, this is baseball, but I got something. I could hit a 3 like once in every 100 shots. Anyway. Elden Ring. Yo, thanks, Burn Baby. Yeah, this is quite a conversation to have on a birthday stream. What am I? Alright, you're 28. What are you gonna do with your life now? Like, yeah, alright. I talk about all this hard work shit, meanwhile I'm just like, I'm throwing to Moongrum, carrying Knight. Yeah, parry me. Nice, you're so cool, dude. That armor is so sick. That's some really cool armor. Yo, thanks, pimp. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm sitting here talking all this shit about how you gotta work hard and all this stuff, and I'm like, I'm sitting in my apartment playing Elden Ring, getting busted by like an NPC. I'm not even beating the boss. I'm getting cooked by like one NPC. Alright. If I beat Moongrum right now, dreams do come true. I'm doing this for you guys. Yeah, you don't want to parry? Let's go. Oh, no. Well, there's the answer. Give up. Give up on everything that you ever hoped for. Because Moongrum's here to put a stop to all of that. He's here to parry the shit out of your dreams. Damn. That's sad. So don't blame me, okay? Blame Moongrum. Yeah, Blackbeard lied. What a shock. Okay. Nice. What's next? So that time I broke his shield and I was trying to hit him, but then the button thing happened and then no attack came out for like a solid second and a half, and then he got the parry off. I gotta figure out what's going on later today with this control. Maybe I have to change something in my stream settings or whatever. I don't know. No, it turns out Blackbeard was actually a bad guy this whole time. Would you believe it? People actually like that character? No way. But he's a bad dude. He lies. Imagine if you were playing like a pickup game of basketball with LeBron James, and like you sucked, you never played basketball in your life, and then LeBron James said to you, he goes, "Hey man, you can dunk just like me. I believe in you. You can definitely do it." And then you immediately after that, it was like a like Mike moment where you just like became LeBron. That's Bonnie. That's Bonnie. Okay. Like I can't. I'm like 5'3". I'm not actually 5'3", but like imagine this scenario. Like you're 5'3". You've never played ball in your life. LeBron takes you, pulls you to the side of the court. He pats you on the shoulder and he goes, "Hey man, I believe in you. You can do this." And then you go on the court and then you just fucking yam it. You yam it on everybody. You start fucking dunking. You start doing the craziest like cross up dribbles, like taking threes. And you just play like an absolute ball. You become Michael Jordan. You become the best player ever. That's Bonnie. That's Bonnie right now. Now you see my problem with that moment? Do you see the problem? That's the problem I have. It's okay, kid. Just believe in yourself and you can dunk over people that are 6'10". Oh, come on. I think we need to adjust our strategy here because the bleed proc claws are not going to work. I think I got to go with something a little bit more cheesy. Time to use magic, indeed. Indeed, it's magic time. Yeah, bro. It's funny because Bonnie's fruit seems to be more based on imagination than Luffy's in some cases. Like if Luffy had that power, it's wraps. It's over. Lex. Yeah, you got here at the perfect time. Yeah, parry this. Bro. That's instant, bro. He did it instantaneously. Like, there's not even like a telegraph he's gonna parry. He just does it. He's like another player. This guy's harder than the boss. Renala is like so squishy, comparatively. Renala doesn't parry me. That's why I hate this game. It's a skill issue on my part. I'm not gonna lie. I'm also pretty early game, so my character like dies in one hit to like most things anyway. So I've always said this, but with a lot of action RPGs, the early game is always harder than the late game. I don't know if that's just like a problem on game design, because it feels like the late game should be harder, but I feel like in a lot of games, the early game is always so tough because your character sucks. See? I can't even reach him. I can't fish for backstab. He's not going for it though, which is good. He can't parry heavy attack. Oh, he can. He can. Fuck. You don't like the run back? I think that's a big complaint that's always been present in these games, but at least, at the very least, in Elden Ring, they put the Stake of Marika, which shortens the run back time for a lot of things. However, this area in particular does not have one outside of the boss door, making the run back on both bosses here pretty annoying. This is not even the boss. This is the guy right before the boss. Fuck off. Gotcha. Got him. There's a shortcut to this, right? Yeah, there is. It's actually a pretty good area if I wanted to explore. I should probably explore here because there's a lot of spells. And I'm using int. Should probably do a little bit of exploration. Dreams are real? No, it's too late. I didn't stipulate when I made the deal originally. That wasn't in the contract. I had to beat him that time. So unfortunately, it's over. Is basically what I'm trying to say. It's over for all of us, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Sebastian, I kind of agree with that. I think that I think the last few chapters of Egghead, while lore-wise, have been like really good, and they've developed a bunch of good like details and stuff. I do think we're getting to the point now in Egghead where Oda needs to wrap it up and move on, because it's starting to feel a little bit cluttered, and it's almost dragging right now with this announcement. But I'll see what he does with it. The arc's not over yet. For all we know, it could be over next chapter, and then this is all an overblown reaction that I'm making. I would be happy if that was the case. This place is so cool looking. At least visually, this has got to be one of the best dungeons in the game. This is so sick. It's like Mage and Orlando. It's really cool. The Iron Maiden enemies, all that shit. It's awesome. The color palette with like the cloudy blue sky with the gold Erd tree hanging above, like, just look at that, man. It's like the visuals are so astounding in Elden Ring. If there's one thing in this game that's a like objective 11 out of 10, it's the visuals. It's so pretty. She's about to turn the ship deck into a trampoline. Honestly, I buy it. I think that's a possibility. I don't know how she's gonna use her powers. I'd imagine her like imagination is a little different from Luffy's. But you know, at the end of the day, Bonnie is a kid at heart, so she's got like a childlike imagination. So I wouldn't be surprised if she does. Oh no, no, no! Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she does like similarly creative stuff. Wacky little attacks and stuff that, you know, it's like a kid's mind. I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm not a huge fan of the transformation, I think it'd be pretty cool if Luffy and Bonnie did like a synchronized Nika dance where like they do the Dum Dum Tata like dance or whatever. I think that'd be cool. They just start busting it down in the sky. Fusion. If they did a fusion, people will never shut up about the Dragon Ball thing. People will never stop talking about that. Oda knows better. He's not gonna touch that territory at all. All right. Here we go. Let's see if I get destroyed. Oh, what is this place? Is this another one of SpongeBob's tricks again? Huh?
Hush, little Culver.
Wait, screenshot the feet? Oh, damn.
I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh, and pure.
Is that out of pocket? I'm sorry. Not out of pocket enough. Where is this? Oh, is she there? Where's the bleed?
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
It's not my library. Scary ass boss. I always liked this one. I thought it was a really cool. It's a very cool boss.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
Upon my name as Rani the Witch.
Damn, she's hotboxing the room. The whole library.
Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide.
Yeah, this game makes fantasy cool. There's a lot of like
The last
traditional
queen of
fantasy
Tyre.
elements that I think are lame because they're
When I
overdone,
love
but
the
this game just
full
makes it all cool again. It's a dark fantasy.
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Damn, Renala's a baddie. Oh, not the Bloodhound Knight. Yo, Apocalypse. Thanks for being here, bro. Have a good rest of your day. Yo, Cheesy, thank you for the $5, bro. First time we get 3 chapters in a row since February. Hit to celebrate. Otis cooking with Bonnie. He's been in this bag this whole arc. Love your theories. Thanks, homie. I'll take it. I'll hit the little vape. Only because you wanted me to. Actually, not a huge fan of this flavor. It's Skittles flavored. Too much for me. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the kind message. 3 chapters in a row since February. So it was last week, this week, and then next week. Yeah, that's true. Damn. Has it really been that long? It's kind of... Oh, he did go on like 2-month breaks. I guess that makes sense. Still kind of crazy, though. Gonna watch the VOD later, but what do you think of the chap? I thought it was okay. 6 out of 10, I think I gave it. Ouch.
Come, sweetest. Time to be born anew.
When's she gonna launch a giant projectile? When's that coming? I wish I could like this game, but what I play the most are those grand strategy games. Europa Universalis. I played Europa Universalis 3. I think that was the one I played. Trying to remember. It's a pretty fun game. It's a little dry for my liking. Like, it's a lot to like learn the systems and everything, but I did enjoy what I played. I like grand strategy overall. I've always wanted to get into Crusader Kings. Gotcha.
Rani, my dear daughter, move thy might into being.
That's pretty easy. That boss arena is so cool, man. It reminds me of Rom from Bloodborne. It's like just put someone in like an
Where
ocean
did
with
he
like an endless
flee,
sky or
my
whatever, like
sweetings?
some weird
Come
pocket
out
dimension.
from whence ye hide.
Really cool.
And light aplenty. Did
Are you winning, son? Yeah, I'm winning. I just won. I feel pretty proud of that.
where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from thou. Is it thy wish to be born anew? To become. Be not alone. I would but.
Forgot how to unlock that. I think I have to do the Ranny quest line. Oh, this is a safe area. I can't attack. So I'm actually bugging there. That wasn't the game's fault. Ethereal, thank you so much. Glad to see you here, bro. Hope you've been well too. I've been chilling. Can't, right? 52 int. Oh, that's comp. I thought this was like glintstone pebble or some shit. Okay, can't use that. Let's go back to the round table. Get some gear. Maybe do an upgrade or two.
Only look there. The fingers shudder with exuberance.
Fine work, brave tarnished. The greater will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erd Tree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Yo, RPG, thanks, bro.
The fingers expect
I enjoyed the new chapter.
As much from you as they do young Gideon.
Not as much as the others, for sure, but I did, you know, I still enjoyed it. It's still good One Piece.
token of farewell. Now become.
That's a nice one. 60 int for that, though. It's kind of crazy. And doesn't the scaling, like, drop off after level 60? So I have to get 70 int to use this magic, and, like, the levels beyond 60 are, like, barely going to do anything for me. So I don't think I'm going to get my int that high. 60 is more reasonable. Still a lot, though. Which spell do I take? Or what do I take here? I guess I could take the scepter. I will be using staves for this playthrough, so I don't know if I'm going to use this spell, though. As cool as it is.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth.
Oh, no worries, bro.
After the
Thank you,
Elden
Lex.
Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree. A grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the Vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers. Now you.
Okay. Can I buy a nice piece of clothing? Yeah, nice hat. A nice little hat will do. Look at that. What is that? That looks so ridiculous.
If I do have it, I suppose I'll ask Ma.
Can I not do the spirit ashes yet?
Well, I took you for no matter it's lay out your arms. The girl.
Oh, I have to.
Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only
Is it time to fight Moog Lester? No, not yet.
Besides,
Not ready for Moog yet, but we'll get there.
I refuse to believe. I don't doubt you, but I know.
That's funny. That's a funny name. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that the DLC is like locked behind such a late game boss, but it makes sense when you consider how hard the DLC is comparatively, like how beefed up everything is. Plus, story-wise, you know, you need to defeat Moog for the DLC story to make sense anyway. But we'll get there. That's gonna be a tough ass fight though. That's always one that I like rue getting to because
indicates where the gate will lead you to Garank. What is it? The map indicates it will lead you to.
Okay. I have to go to Garank. Oh, right near there is where there's this like the sleeping dragon in Caelid. I probably should go there and get like a free 70k. He gave me a map? No, it's not that one. I remember where it is anyway. Whatever. Hidden, did you see they found pesticides in a lot of mainstream carts like Stizzy? You're talking about like oil? Like THC oil? I did hear about that. Those are mostly with California brands, thankfully. I haven't used any of those, but yeah, it's pretty scary. These guys, it's supposed to, you would think it's safer when it's legal, like weed's legal, and then they make carts, you know, that are like, you'd think they're regulated, but no, there's pesticides in them, so thankfully I don't use carts, and the ones that I have were not among those, but yeah, pretty messed up. Yo, Doc, have a good day at work, bro. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoy when you end up getting to the reaction, but appreciate you. I mean, you're right. Yeah, they did catch it, so it is safer. You know, if I had to choose between regulated stuff that occasionally will get like caught by the government to like not be using the best chemicals, either that or you get some shit illegally that is laced with fentanyl and then you die. Like, if pick your poison. Best choice is neither, obviously, but I'm just saying it is definitely safer than unregulated. I could go. I think I'll go to Caelid. I've been using Stizzy for years, not chill. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope it hasn't had any serious health impact on you up until this point. Although there's not really any telling what those effects would be, I think. But, yeah, I hope you're alright, man. I was reading the articles about that shit. And honestly, shame on them. Shame on the fucking company doing this stuff. You know, masquerading as like a legitimate business. They're putting poison in their shit. It's a really... there should be some hefty punishment for that. Oh, it's marked. Okay. I think if you you know, obviously go get a doctor to take a look at you, but I'd imagine you're fine. Especially if you're young, your body's able to, you know, repair itself. I'm sure we've probably eaten veggies and food over the years that include pesticides in them as well. And, you know, most of us are fine, so. Is it necessary to add pesticide, though? Could they not do it? Yeah, they could just not do it, but it makes, it probably makes the profit margin smaller because they lose some plants to pests. And that means they don't get to grow as much, and then they make less money. So the goal of the pesticide is to maximize output. Customer be damned. Which is how, you know, corporations tend to think, so not really a surprise. Yeah, pesticides' impact is definitely more long-term. It's true. So people affected by it won't be affected for a very long time, and then by that point, it's very hard to prove there's a connection to the product that they made. There's no easy solution in this world for things like that, man. The law is always reactive instead of proactive. It's like there's not really a way to prevent companies from doing it. There's a way to punish them for doing it, but once, you know, first they have to get caught. It's really shitty. There's no way around it. You can't fucking trust any business. My dumbass thought they did it for flavor. Yeah, they put some fucking flesh-destroying pesticide in their thing. It makes it a little bit more spicy, you know? It adds to the seasoning. It gives it a better flavor profile. Ah, there we go. And then we get a quick warp into the middle of Caelid. That's actually perfect. Yeah, I think the pesticides might have already taken effect, Trash Man. They might have already started to hit you. Yummy lead.
I smell it. Death. Tarnished. Bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Rank hungry. Alright, let's see if we can find that, dragon from all the way over here. I think, yeah, he's like, okay, so he's like at the end of a peninsula, so that we're gonna have to do a little bit of a walk, but that better than going the normal way. I didn't see Inside Out 2. I heard it was good though. To be honest, I've been checked out of Pixar movies for like the last decade or so. I don't think I've seen a single one. But I did see the first Inside Out. I thought it was pretty good. I remember catching that in theaters with my girlfriend at the time. Yeah, I'll see you later, Grail. You know what animated movie really stuck with me? Like what I really, the only animated movie, like I guess traditional, like Pixar, DreamWorks, like type animated movie I've seen in recent memory was like a year or two ago. I'm still in this boss fight. Okay. The most recent animated film I saw that I really, really loved was Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Have any of you guys seen that movie? I think we might have talked about it the week it came out on stream. But that movie was incredible. That was genuinely one of like the best animated movies I think I've ever seen in my life. Especially because like just like the visual quality, the writing, the themes, everything. It was so good. Okay, this is the guy. This is the dragon. Alright, we're gonna be here for like the next 5 minutes, I think. This guy's not gonna do anything to fight us off, but with a bleed weapon, it'll make it faster. We kill him, we get 70,000 runes. That's like a free, like, 6 levels right there, at least. The Incredibles is dope. Did you see The Incredibles 2? I haven't gotten around to that. Is that movie ass? People tell me The Incredibles 2 sucks. I heard there was a lot of fan service for Helen in that movie. I was considering watching. Yo, Stonks, thank you for the 5, bro. He said, thanks for reading my theory hidden. Happy birthday. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for sharing. I enjoyed that. Oh, so you say, okay, thank you for the 5 again, bro. He said, the name of the ancient kingdom is Burka, the Tree Kingdom. So you're saying the name was Burka, and the Tree Kingdom is like a subtitle, I guess, for the name, or whatever you would call it. End of chapter 10, Oda draws an area map at the exact time period when the Sweden's oldest city, Burka, thrived. Okay, so that's what you were bringing up. I saw that you posted like that SBS segment. That's cool, man. I like it. Keep it up. Keep cooking up theories. It's always fun to get like new perspective. Because there were some things in there that I'd never even thought of or realized before. I still don't know if it's named I don't know if it's going to have a name of a location that already exists, because I think that would defeat the point of covering up the name, but I could be wrong. Theory-wise, I'm not really cooking much new stonks. If I'm going to do anything, it's probably going to be more analysis right now, because... Oh. Alright. Yeah, it's probably going to be more analysis-based, because in terms of theories, I've talked about it before, but like, as we're getting to the end of the story, a lot of theories are like getting answered, so there's not as much room to do guesswork, you know? It's usually like smaller plot details now that are going to be relevant. Like, what was Vegapunk going to say? What was, you know, what did Joy Boy do wrong? And it's like all these little small detail things we can theorize about, but we might get those answers in 3 weeks anyway. Like, I feel like anything I write a script on to get a theory for, we might get an answer before the video even drops, or it'll get disproven a week after the video drops. So, theory-wise, I don't have too much in the gas tank, but I do want to do analysis. My next video is going to be, I still want to do, yeah, I want to do the every Jolly Roger video to complement the every ships video. I want to do an every location video as well. I would love to do a video covering every single like cool or unique location in One Piece and talking about them. I have stuff I want to do that's just not really theories, basically. Level 46 feels good. One video I wanted to do that I thought would be fun is a video where I talk about like the finer details of the One Piece world that people don't really think about very much. For example, you know that the money in One Piece is a berry. But what does a berry look like, right? Oh, you might think, oh, it looks like a dollar bill, but like, what's on the dollar bill? Whose picture is on the dollar bill? What does the bill look like? What does a berry look like? You know? Little like finer details. What's the average, like, you know, people in One Piece practice religions depending on what island they're from. Like, there's various religions in the story. What is like the most, like, what religions do people practice? Do people in the One Piece world celebrate holidays? Let's talk about the holidays that people celebrate. Like everyday things that we don't think about but that are important to world building. I want to do a video talking about that. Like all the little finer world building details. Yeah, I want to do something like that. I think that could be a really fun video. You know, what their currency looks like, what holidays they celebrate, you know, what does the average life in a certain island look like, you know, let's talk about food. Are there any similar cultures in the real world that have like similar types of food, or, you know, like that sort of thing. I think that could be a really fun one. What about the weird natural phenomena that like people have to deal with? Do their seasons work the same, you know, depending on where you are? Like those sorts of things. Yeah, that's another good question. Do the non-world government islands use a different currency? Yeah, that's something I want to answer as well. I think Wano might have an answer for that that's like more specific. But yeah, I think that'd be really cool. I need some better spells, man. These spells are not cutting it. I'm poisoned again. Yikes. Alright, calm down. Yeah, I mean, Whole Cake probably has... I mean, maybe they don't have their own currency, because I'm sure that Big Mom probably does trade with world government affiliated places, so they would probably use berries anyway. But, you know, they technically have a different currency as well in the form of souls. Like, souls are kind of a currency in Whole Cake Island, which is pretty fucked up when you think about it. But it's real. People gotta pay part of their soul to live there. You're paying rent with your very being. Like your life force. Stonks, thank you for the 5, bro. You said, chapter 726, the Tontatas said they left their original home centuries before they were freed 800 years ago. They originated from the moon called Fairy Verth. The last part, I think, is an interesting leap, but it is a leap. However, I do think the implication that they came from somewhere else is interesting, because that could kind of tell us something about their origins. I saw you were pointing out, like, in the pictogram, like, maybe there's a Tontata on the moon, too. Like, they were also from there. I'm curious. I think that's interesting, because, like, Fairy Verth, I see the connection. Like, they're basically little fairies. Fairy Verth, like, it makes sense. But the only thing with that is I'm not sure if it was if you know, Fairy Verth was a name the Skypians and Chandians gave it, or if that was actually its name, and if, you know, if they did come from there, we need more reason to believe the Tontata specifically came from there. Because according to the cover story, when Enel's looking at the diagram, all it says is that the people who lived on the moon had wings, which the Tontata don't have. So, but I like the line of thinking. I think there's a way for that to be true. We just need some more, like, evidence. I like the Fairy Verth connection, though. I think that's I think it's an interesting one. How do I get to that item? Thank you again for the 5, my friend. He said, the light above Ennius Lobby is caused by a giant sunflower. Chapter 738, the Smile Factory is using a sunflower to grow fruits in the underground darkness. I don't know about that one, but I think that that's just specifically because of the smile fruits, whatever process they use to make them, and they had to be made in these, like, underground greenhouses. But like now we have to explain how there's a giant sunflower above Ennius Lobby that no one noticed. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's up, Dexter? That's fine. 7,000. Whatever. I'll just leave it there. Alright. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. I'm pretty satisfied with that. Just catch up on chat and then we'll wrap things up for today. Been a while. I'm good. A lot of work to get through, but all looking good. How about you guys? All good here, man. I hope the film school stuff is going well. Just finished my exams yesterday. Dope. Congratulations. Now you get to enjoy some time off. I'm hoping. I often think about how unique 40K is from a world building perspective. They managed to make a super deep universe, but it's still vague enough that everything you can come up with can fit somewhere. I think that's the benefit to setting your world in outer space. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me readjust. I think when you set your universe, or you set your world in outer space, and you can just explain anything away as like, oh, there's this one planet that has X, Y, or Z, and this character came from this planet, and I also, there was like, why am I blanking? But like, of all the sons of fucking the God Emperor, out of all of his kids, like there's two I don't know, I'm blanking. There's two fucking groups that are unknown to the plot because they died for plot reasons or they're gone for plot reasons. And there's one on the good side and there's one on like the Horus side. So like, you know, it lets people self-insert if they want to make their own chapter, like Astartes chapter. They can self-insert into either the good or bad side. Like, it's written in a way that lets people self-insert and do all that stuff, which I think is good. Because, I mean, Warhammer originally... Wasn't Warhammer a board game originally, right? It's a board game or something like that. I know, you know, I'm more familiar with it as, like, a story, books, and video games, but I think when it, you know, from its origins, it makes more sense that they would leave it kind of open-ended for you to roleplay. 40K is huge, too. I mean, it's just a huge series. They've done so much with it. So, you know, it needs to be open. But I respect the world building of it, like, big time. That's one of the things I find is, like, very difficult to do well, is do good world building in, you know, in an expansive universe. And I think a lot of the good stories with good world building, you'll see a lot of people like writing fanfics or doing their own like self-insert thing or role-playing with it because it's a fun world to be a part of and it's easy to insert a character into them. I think that's a common theme of a lot of like stories with good world building in them. I would love a good 40K movie. Yeah, a good show or movie with like... I think what they need to do... I don't know if they're ever going to adapt that specifically. They would probably do something much later. But I would love to see the Horus Heresy as a film. Like the whole big impetus for like all the bad shit that happens later and like all the... I think it would be cool to see that adapted, but I don't think they'll ever do it. I think they're going to do some new shit. I know that Henry Cavill wanted to work on like a Warhammer series, right? And then he left because they were not letting him like do the series justice, and he really, really cares about Warhammer, so he left the project or whatever because they wouldn't let him, you know, achieve his vision. He also feels that way about The Witcher. I like Henry Cavill. That dude cares a lot about like some really good niche, you know, series. He's kind of like a secret nerd. I respect that. I respect that about him. Yeah, I support Henry. I support Henry Cavill. That dude's one of us, man. That dude's one of us. I could see an alternate universe where Henry Cavill got into One Piece and became like a One Piece YouTuber or some shit. Like, he's the type of dude to do that. He would care. He would care a lot about it. All right, guys. I gotta go. I gotta give my dog dinner. I gotta get something to eat myself. I haven't really eaten today, and I enjoyed today's stream. We did 5 hours of it, so I hope all you guys that hung out with me enjoyed it too. Thank you so much to everyone that gave me happy birthday wishes and stopped by and chilled out with me and all that stuff. All the kind super chats, and welcome to the new members. We got 27 new members today, so welcome to all of you to the Hidden Gang. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my day, and I hope you do too. So I'll catch you next time, maybe soon for the new chapter. So talk to you later. Have a good rest of your day, a good night, a wonderful romance dawn, and take care, my friends. Thank you for the birthday message, Dexter.